I think I'm live. I am live. Hi, everyone, whoever everyone is. So my machine's making weird things. So I have quilts. I got a quilt. I have two that I found in the garage at my mom's, and I figure why not just go live and quilt quilts today. So that's what I'm gonna do. I probably should have got everything ready, and I didn't. I figured you can watch. Ooh, what's that say? Oh, it just told me, my phone just notified me that I was live. Um, so I have two quilts that I want to quilt, and so that's what we're going to do. I have loaded the backing. You're going to see the first one is red snappers. While the first one's quilting, I'm going to chat. You can see it quilting. I will be pinning on the zippers for the second one. Both of the tops are smaller, so I'm going to just load the tops with my magnets, and you can see them on the frame already. And we're going to quilt. Let me turn my processor on. Like, really, I should have probably, what's the word? Oh, I should have probably cleaned and everything. I didn't do anything because I wanted to start this like 9 this morning, but I was editing a video and then I was playing PlayStation, and life gets in the way. I am blowing out my machine with my little air compressor. If you're interested, let me see, I'll link it. What is this? Amazon.com/shop/Adam So Fun. Where's my mini air compressor at? Long Arm Gadgets. Is that where it is? There we are. Oh my gosh, it's $41. It's on sale. No, it's not. Let's see. If you're interested, it is linked in the comments. Kind of linked in the comments. I love the thing. It's rechargeable. They actually bought them all for the Handy Quilter vans and trucks because I was like, can we please just get this? So yeah, I'm not going to pay a ton of attention to what's going on the screen unless I'm over here because like I said, I am quilting. So I have loaded the backing. I have to go load the top. My first top is going to be a jelly roll race. It looks like this. Ooh, the lighting's horrible. But yeah, you can just follow along. You can watch if you want. You can come back and forth. Whatevs. If you comment and I need to see it, I'll try to look at your comments. I like to chat. Did you so here's my first question to you. Did any of you go backing shopping? And if you did, I wonder who wins for spending the most, because I bought 10 backs. But like, whatever you spend, if you just think about it, but I saved as much as I spent because they were 50% off. That's good. So I am using the So Tight Magnums. I will pop a link in there for these. ASF 10 will save you some discounts, and I leave about 2 inches or so between them. And these are getting pinned straight onto straight on the fabric through the leaders. I haven't put the backings into the leader or anything. All I did was roll my fabric up and I put these on. And now my top is loaded. I do love these things. As I'm rolling this, I'm noticing that it's not very straight. But that's okay because it's just quilting. No, you're just trying to sell me something. All right, top is loaded. I'm I'm gonna accordion fold it, pop it up into my pole cradles. Hi everyone. You're looking at my hair in my face. Oh, I don't want to do that yet. I need to cut my batting. I haven't cut batting yet. And oops, this is the trick I do if I'm cutting it. And let me do something really quick. So. I'm trying to see where I thought. Oh, I know what I can do. Facebook. Sorry, just in case people want to get sew tights, I'm going to post the link. Leave. And all right, if you're getting sew tights, ASF10 will save you 15% off. There they are. I make it look easy. Penny, it is easy. Once you realize like, oh, it's just nothing, then it's easy. So this is one of my tricks. If you are working on batting that is, I feel like I need more lighting. Oh my, where's my other light? Oh, is it in the? Oh, it's in the closet. I can't get to it. Just kidding. Hi, Mickey. Here, we'll do this. And then while it's stitching, I'll just grab another light. I think I'm gonna. Oh, that's much better. Hi, you can see my face. So if you're working off a roll of batting, Mickey likes to buy the packages so they're the right size. I have my batting shears. These are the HQ shears. And what I do, if you have the room, is I plop my roll right here. And I have it so the edge is right at the edge of my quilt top. I can see where my quilt is loaded. And then I just unroll it. And when I get to the other edge, I can trim it up. Where is the other edge? Yeah. Now, if you have a floor, that's fantastic. I don't have a floor. You can see I don't have any room for anything. Batting goes on the Laura Star. Dual purpose Laura Star, baby. Now, up into our pole cradles. Batting goes in. I have to say, I totally forgot that I had these quilts. Because when I was cleaning things, I cleaned everything into the garage, including my mom's quilts. So I walked in the garage one day, I said, why do I have a Mary Kay box? So I am going to be using Connect. I do have Pro Stitcher Connect on my machine. Don't ask me what batting this is. I think it's a 80/20 wool. I don't even know. Handy Quilter gave it to Chris for Christmas probably 6 years ago when they gave good gifts. I didn't say that out loud. Don't repeat that. So now we're loaded. We can plumb line. We can do all that jazz. I got to pick my color first. So I was on the phone with Mickey about 20 minutes ago, and we were talking about the what colors I was going to use. So these are my two colors here that I think I'm going to use. But I found this Omni V, which is like a pastel-y purple, and I think I might use that one instead. I really do need that other light. So let's audition. Now here's a question. Do you all audition your audition thread, or do you just go for it? Oh, I'm stuck on something. Uh-oh, that's not gonna be good. I can't move. Oh my gosh. Think thin, think thin. I like that like my head's cut off, but I'm watching the screen in the screen. I'm gonna move you over so you can see how I audition. Uh, cancel. Um, cancel. If you're looking at my wall, there's my beautiful wall. So this is a jelly roll race. There's a lot of different colors. So what I'm going to do is puddle some fabric. You can't even see this. So there's one. Oh, that fabric. You can't even see it. Why am I going to do this? I'm going to do it anyway because you should still see how to do it. That one's somewhat light. I think I might like the pop of Fantastico. The nice thing about the Fantastico is if I use this, I don't have to change my tension because it's already set up for it. Julie runs around like a chicken with the head cut off. Shirley, sure I do. Not really. Yeah, I like the pink better. And I'm stitching this. This is going to be a rainbow design from Pro Stitcher Patterns that I have to download with my whatever it's called right now. Connect. So while we're here, let's go do that. Ooh, hello, back of my head. There we are. All right, so here we are. We are in. We know it's Connect because I have Pro Stitcher Patterns there. I don't want to move my screen, so we're going to tilt this up. There we go. So we're going to go to Pro Stitcher Patterns. I'm going to hit my Patterns button. And I forgot that you can only see half the screen. There we go. And Wi-Fi's up and working. Everything's going good. Thank you. Thank you. Powers that be. Let's see if I can hit my guy and see if he logs in. Of course not. Am I saved on this? Of course not. I don't want you guys to know my pattern, my password. I'm coming over here. Don't try to get my stuff. This. Oh, do I remember my password? Oh. Oh, it accidentally hit one extra. Remember me. Yay, it worked. Hey, you never know, right? You never know. So I am going to my downloads library so I can get my new pattern. And let's see. So I'm going to be doing the Juju Hearts. This is not a Pro Stitcher pattern, or this is, let's see. This is a featured designers pattern, so it's not available, or it's not one of the one subscription point downloads. So this is one that you have to purchase because it's one of the featured designers. I hit download, it's downloading, it's extracting my files. There we are. I love it. And I will be using green. Why? Because green is an HQV file and green means go. That's how you remember it. Green means go, blue means better, beige is beige. So that's the order. So we're gonna pick up that one. There we are. And I think my mom's gonna love that. And I think pink works. It is variegated, so it'll be nice and fun. I mean, I think at this point she just wants her quilts back, so let's see. Tying off my thread and pulling it through because I'm not a masochist. There we are. Threaded, ready to go. Well, not really, because I have to pick a whatever it's called color. Where was this? Did I move things? Don't fall. I'm stuck on stuff. There we are. And there we are. Oh, I need to pick a color for the bobbin. I don't know if I want to use bottom line or if I want to use so fine. I think I want to use so fine. And the problem is going to be, I think the pink is not where it's supposed to be. Pink, pink, pink. Ow. Ah, ah. Actually, oh, this is the thing. We're not going to use pink. We're going to use light gray. So I'm going to use 503. It's a light gray. I think it'll be fine with that. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Should I use no? Do I want to wait? I might be using bottom line because I need to find my bobbins for my so fine bobbins because bottom line goes on purple, so fine goes on blue. But if I look what I found. Now, do I have any empty? No, I don't. So I'm not going to use these. Mother humper. So I'm going to empty 3, and the fast way to empty them is to just empty them. Pull them in your hand. What are you all up to today? Well, I like all of this are things I should have probably done before this. Oh my God, did you say this is the true Adam? What? That's not very nice. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you wrote that to my kids. This is the true Adam. I can't take you to Wine Bobbins either because it's in my bathroom. Mickey, I'm going to laugh at that all day. I'm going to have to text Ben and say, Mickey's being mean. Although it's not mean because it's 100% true. And I didn't even eat lunch. So at one point, I'm just going to make this stitch. I'm going to go eat lunch and I'll just bring lunch in here with you. You can watch me eat taquitos. Let's see. Yes, you two are banned for life. Color guard flags. That's fun. I never actually, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. I've never actually thought about where those flags come from, but somebody has to make them. I have to go. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'd rather be sewing, but having new central AC installed. Oh, gosh. The AC's blowing right on me. My bobbins? Oops. Huh? Let me see your hand of bobbins. That? It's hard in there. I didn't bend any of my bobbins. Okay, talk amongst yourselves. Let me go wind some bobbins really quick. It won't be really quick. Oh, it might be. It is so fine. Oh no! Ooh, where do you think my oil is? So I'll only wind one, so you don't have to. You didn't even talk to each other. Oh my gosh. Let me down. All right, let me oil this baby. Where do I think my oil is? It should be right here. Ah, it just fell over. Now, here's a tip with the oiler, guys. So the instructions say to pull this all the way out. And then once it's out, it clicks in, hard to get in, like, no. So if you leave it in, and this is physics, the bottom of the oiler bar is still under the liquid. So if I take this off, and don't lose this, I lose them all the time, and I'm like, spend hours trying to find them. If this is in the liquid, most of you, if you pull this out, you can't just squeeze the bottle. You have to turn the bottle upside down. If you have the bar in the liquid and you just squeeze, there we are. I don't want to get it on my computer. The liquid comes right out. See that? And then you don't have to, it didn't drip. Okay, good. Then you don't have to worry about like making a big old mess. That's tip 1 of sewing with Adam today. Tip 2, don't over oil it like I just did. I also put my drop in and drive it a little bit to disperse that oil around the hook. And because I put too much, I use my little toilet paper to wipe it off. Things you learn at Adam's So Fun. Now, are you breaking the rules because you didn't follow the directions? Yeah, but does it matter? No, because it works. All right, so now we are, where's my scissors? You know what's funny about this is that I still haven't opened my new scissors that Michelle reminded me to get. I am using my glide foot today. I'm all threaded. That's good. Glide foot's on. I have the new little metal bracket. If I remember, I'll do. What do you have 2 machines on the same frame? Because I want to have 2. I got a new one, and so that's my old one, and I'm not sure if I'm going to sell it or not. So it's sitting there because it can't go outside because outside is 107 degrees, which means my garage is probably 125. All right, so we are good there. Everything is on. All right, I got a plumb line. Oh, no, I don't. Where's my TOA? Where's my TOA? Where's the bobbin I just filled? I already lost. Where's my bobbin case? It's here. Dog walker's here, I think. I was supposed to be out of town this week, and I'm not anymore. And the dog walker was already scheduled. I have to actually tell her something. I'll be back. I forgot you were coming, and I took him at 11. Still take him out and do everything, but Barry pooped, and they took me to 11. Okay. Because I was just like, on one. Thank you. I need my mini screwdriver. I have an IKEA cart that I think I put everything in. I don't know why stuff doesn't go back in it. Yes, I do, because it's the real Adam. And my Versatool. Every quilt gets the Versatool. So I'm using So Fine, and I want my TOA to read about, I like 180. And if there we are. And if I keep all of them at 180, because I run about 180 for my bottom line as well. And those are the only 2 bobbin threads I use. So Fine or bottom line. If you keep that about the same tension, you're always just changing your top. And like I said, I was using Magnifico, which is just a solid Fantastico. So Tension should be fine. It should be more than fine. It should be perfect. It's practically perfect in every way. Practically perfect. I hope you'll stay. I was making my blocks. Let's see. I'm gonna use this to test tension. Now I don't test tension when I make my plumb line, just because I don't care. It's a plumb line. It's gonna have basting over it. But before I stitch this whole thing out, I'm gonna test tension. So I'm going to. We might as well just do that now. Whatever. I'm here. I just told you I don't do something, and now we're gonna do it. So when I'm testing, actually, we're not going to do test tension yet because I want my clamps on. I want my side clamps on when I do that, and they're not going to be on until after I load this baby up. So I'm doing my plumb line. Let's see, I'm just doing 5 stitches per inch. You know I don't like to use the basting stitches. And I'm going to turn my crews down to 25 just for this because I'm going to be hand stitching it, stopping needle down, and needle down, needle up, bring up my bobbin, and I want to go all the way up. And then I'm going to hit my horizontal lock, and it says that my USB cord is not connected. And it is. So we're reconnecting my motors. Look what I had to do. Weird. We're locked. You'll see, let's see if I turn the light off, you can see better. So I am very close to my red snapper back there. Andy, the quilting pattern I'm using is Juju. It's I can't think of who it's by. I'm going to be using that for this one, and one of the new designs, the Art Deco designs, which I am in love with for the other quilt. What is this? This is, what am I looking for? Pro Stitcher. I think if you just search Juju. Oh my gosh, you guys. So, sidebar. They have added a new button and a new slide on the Pro Stitcher page. I think it's called Juju Hearts, Andy. They've added a new slide. So if you go to prostitcher.com at the top, it'll say like learn techniques, and then you can push to the right, and then it says become a Pro Stitcher member, and then you can push to the right. And then there's a big new this month. They've added a button. It's new in-house designs. So for those of you who are members, if you go to prostitcher.com and you click on that slide, or you click the big round button that says new in-house designs, which I believe is on the homepage too. It's probably easier to get to. You just scroll down a little bit. Yeah, it's right there. It says learn, new in-home designs, join. Those new in-house designs, that link will link you to everything that your membership downloads count for. So I just found out that they did that 2 hours ago. So, all right, channel locks, I'm stitching. I broke my thread. I can't see without the light. I knew that was going to happen because I just oiled and I didn't drive the oil off. What am I doing? I'm not going to be using the Versatool because I have the glide foot on and I don't feel like taking it off. So I'm going to have to hand stitch everything down. That's why it sounds bad. So something sounded funny. And so when something sounds funny, I'm going to check it. And what had happened was my thread is not in the thread mast. I'm going to move you back over here. Gotta move all this crap off the ground. There we are. So my thread is not in the thread mast, so it's coming straight over. And I don't know if I messed it up when I was threading it. Now we're fixed, but it definitely sounded weird. It felt a little bit weird. So if that ever happens, just check things. You know what that machine's supposed to sound like. And if it's not sounding right, there's an issue. Just like everything. So I'm gonna put mine down. Just gonna stitch the top of this one down. And gotta move all these cords out from under my feet. All right, when I get to the other end, I'm going to tighten up my top. I leave it nice and loose for when I'm basting this down. I don't want to have to pull top out. I want it to be nice and taught-ish. Light is more important over here. So yeah, so now everything's tight. Let's see. Backing is good. Top is good. I'm going to base down my side, which is not straight at all. Trim that. Hop to the other side. Now we're loaded, we're basted down, we're ready. Oh my gosh, it got so dark. We're ready, I can start stitching, doing my thing. I'm going to, let's see, batting looks good. I have to decide how big I want to make this. My mom, I called her, I said, what are you doing with this? And she said, it's just for me. So I know she's gonna use it on the couch. She's gonna want to cuddle over it, under it and stuff. So I want to make it not as dense as I usually, I might do like a custom quilt. So I'm going to set my area up first. I had to reboot. I'm like, everything's gone off my screen. When do you put the side clamps on? This is when I would put them on. Once my sides are basted, I put side clamps on. I should do that, or I would have totally forgot. But I don't put them before because I want the top and the back to be pulled at the same tension. I am using my side clamps that have the magnets in them. So tight side clamps. I'm going to forget a bunch of steps because I'm doing this in front of people. And I'm sorry, in front of the screen, I gotta reach far. There. And you don't want to over tighten them. Be careful. It's a baby. The clamps can go on your backing or your backing and batting, just never on the top. Which wouldn't make sense because if you put them on the top, then you couldn't. That's good. If you put them on the top, then you wouldn't be able to stitch that part. I need some water. Oh, I need to quilt. I love you in it. Oh, I should do that. She would cry though. I don't want to make my mom cry. I'm gonna do it. That was such a good idea. Thanks, Heather. All right, so now I'm gonna test my tension. So I'm gonna change, and when I test my tension, I'm gonna do it exactly how I would do it. Um, I'm gonna set all my settings up how I'm gonna stitch. So I'm gonna change my stitch length. I'm gonna change my stitch speed, and I'm probably gonna go faster than Pro Stitcher does. I'm gonna make sure my gears are on, so just like it's gonna be when I'm stitching. So when I use Pro Stitcher, I set my cruise speed to 175. And did I make the side clamps? Yes. There's a video like side clamps with sew tights, and then it has a link to their blog post on how they. One of our educators, Barb, actually was like, "Oh, this is how I do it." Stitches per inch, I like 10 because somebody told me it looked like hand stitching. I'm going to leave it at 10 right now. If this design has those little hearts in it, if those hearts are too small, I might increase that stitch length just to make the rounded corners of the heart look a little better. And come here. Can you see? Yeah, so I'm just stitching on this little piece of fabric. So I always stitch around the perimeter first. Also, I just oiled this thing, so I want to make sure I'm going to reach under and fill. I can feel my stitches. They actually feel pretty good. Like I said, I don't think I'm going to have to mess with tension all that much. I'm currently at a 28. Not that you're going to change yours to 28, machine specific, but I'm currently at a 28. So I might have to go up and down a few. But if you oil your machine and you don't run off that oil, oftentimes you're going to get these loops on the underside. It's like the oil is getting onto the thread and it's slipping. So I always drive it off. So I'm going to drive off, pretend like I need to anyway. I'm going to look with my flashlight. The top is coming down a little bit. I just use my iPhone flashlight. I do have the camera, but I don't even know if it's set up right now, if it's plugged in. So the top is coming down to the bottom a little bit. So I am going to increase my tension like 3. It's not bad. And I'm going to come drive again. This time I did circles. Really, when you're driving or when you're testing your tension, don't just do straight lines. Do some circles, do some curves, because that's how you're going to be quilting. I got to turn my light on so I can see this too. Top looks good. Bottom can be a little tighter. Let's see. So now I'm at 33. All right, I went down to 30. 30 is good. You know those days where it like looks like it's going to be good and then it's not, and then it looks like it's going to be good and then it's not. Ugh. Sometimes those things happen. Something feels weird. All right, so now we're ready to set up our stuff. So first thing first. Now, I don't know if any of you have this has happened to you. I am hearing that there is like a glitchy with Connect, that if you bring in your pattern first, I never do that. I always make my area first. But if you bring in your pattern first and then you make your area and you try to resize the area, resize the pattern, it resizes the area, or you have to have your area like it locks it. something weird. I don't do it that way, so I haven't noticed that. Um, so I can't tell you how to fix it. Have any of you seen that? And if you have, what's it doing? Tell me, and I'll see if I can think of ways to fix it. And I'm just doing my two corner. Two corner. I did measure this. I think it's I wrote it down on a random piece of paper. Oh, this one's 54 by 66. So I'm gonna set my width. I must have not measured very well. How did I get 54 and this is only 50? And it's way bigger. Oh no, this was the second one. No, that's right. This one's 50 by 66. There's two, and this is the smaller of the two. So I have my, let's see. I didn't put you on the ground. So here's my width. I know my width is right because I actually used my quilt top as my guide to do it. So I'm gonna hit height, and I'm gonna put it at, we're just gonna say it's 70. There we are. So if you do I always start top left, come to the bottom right, because that means this point is not going to move. The other thing is that if you do this and it resizes the whole thing, the workaround that I think you might be able to do, before you resize it, if I come to undo, and I'm going to put, well, we'll put this on the bottom left so I know that nothing moves. If you hit select and you select your area and you modify resize, come over here and make sure this lock isn't on, and then select height, just like if you're resizing a design. Oops, there you go. I forgot my head's in the way. And now I can resize it to 70. And nope, it moved it up. So that's not gonna work. Undo. It's weird. Because it should leave that there. Weird, don't do that. I guess the other workaround, let's say that it moved it. There we are. And you're like, oh my gosh, it moved it. Oh, I'm on pan. I'm like, no. If it moves it, you can always just take your needle to where you made that first point, select your design, modify, reposition top left, and move it back. I mean, there's ways to fix things. I just want to go over and make sure that that is where. What's going on? Oh, sorry, the leg was loose and I was putting the camera down and it was like sinking into itself. I just want to make sure that this is far enough on this side. Looks good. So that's set up. I feel like I'm new because I've always been the top to the bottom to the long arm, just recently tied floating. Feel like I don't like floating, but it's just a personal opinion. If you floated and you liked it, you should stick with it. I've never been a fan of floating my tops. All right, so here we have it. I'm gonna go open my Juju pattern. Open. There we are. I love this button 1-to-1, and this is the true size. And oh, this is big. This is 6 inches tall, 14 inches wide. So one of the things I like to do is I might modify a line and just hit left and top. And so I'm going to stick it up here in the top left corner. Then I move my machine to where it's sitting. And then I come in and I look at my quilt top and I say, okay, this is how big that one design is. One of the things, I think it's way too wide than it needs to be. I think it needs to be taller. And we'll say, well, we're going to keep the width, but I want it taller. I want it to be more rainbow-y. So I'm going to come over and I'm going to resize, turn my lock off, and I might make my height 8. Maybe I'm going to make it 7. I like that a little better. And so now I have my design ready. I'm going to baseline this, and this is going to be the one I'm going to stitch. I'm going to hit my 1-to-1 again just to see, and I can use pan to see how big everything looks. I am liking it. I am liking it. And so now I'm going to come align. I hit no align because, I baselined it, so it would have reset it anyway. So now I am just going to go pro stitcher or repeat, fill, add a, point to point, add a repeat, vertical, add a repeat. Because I like to stitch, you know me, I like to stitch out. And I am definitely going to wrap this because that seems like it would be so much better. Oh, Gorgina. I wonder if. So do we like it in an angle or do we like it straight half and half? I'm not sure. Thoughts? I kind of like it I like them both. What do you guys think? Angle or half and half? Angle, people are voting for angle. All right, Mom, the votes are in. I do like that. All right, there we are, baseline. So the last thing I'm going to do is, because I need to crop this, the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to decide how I want this to lay out. I'm actually not going to move this. I really love that the bottom row has all these hearts on there because I can come in and write I love you in one of these, the kind of rainbow bows, whatever. I don't even know what you would call that. So I'm just going to go modify, crop, outside edges, baseline. Why did I bring my edges back? Why has it got to be something crazy? Undo, undo. So that's there, baseline. Undo. So I'm going to try something, reposition, nudge it to the left. Baseline. Oh no. I wonder, let me think about this. I'm going to try something. Okay, so my stuff is ready. It's done. So what I'm going to do, because I'm not ever going to do these starts and stops like this, I will roll back before I do these starts and stops. So I'm going to try something. I'm going to go to my area tab. I'm going to hit select. I'm going to modify, resize, turn on my lock. And this is just a way, like I'm trying to think of a way around this not closing my edges. I'm shrinking it just a tiny bit. And now I'm going to select my design, crop, outside edges, baseline. Oh no. And I'm not stitching this without baselining it because that's not good. Let's do this. Undo, 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 undo. How many undos do I have? I want to undo until, I'm almost there. There we are. File, save, workspace, and this is going to be Mom. And update, and I want 537. I'm updating it. I'm rolling back to 537 because I'm not like there's nothing in life that wants me to deal with all those jumps, and I'm not going to stitch this without baselining it because if the it shouldn't, Mark, it shouldn't. They should always stay off if you close it. But with so many jumps in there, if something were to, I forgot I have to hit start. If something were to happen, in the middle of some of it, it's gonna not be a great day, and I'd rather have a great day, and this isn't really hurting anything. I love Oh, yeah, I love you will fit best in there. Let's see. Come on. Close. This will reboot. I did save my workspace. Now, just because I saved my workspace does not mean it's going to be where it was. I'm going to have to reposition everything. That's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my edge to edge where it currently is sitting. I looked over and I'm like, why did I have spider webs? I knocked the vinyl over. I'm gonna set up my edge to edge first because everything is still it will still be in the area, and then I will move the area and move my design and then crop everything as needed, or maybe just move the design. I don't know. We're gonna find out. File, workspace, open, mom. Look, it saved the background too. Wait, it saved it how I want. Modify, crop, outside edges, baseline. Hey, look, I can use that one. File, close, selected. I don't know what happened. It should not have saved that. It did something weird, but I'll take it. So I will have some jumps at the top, and I will have a few on the bottom. It's something on the way that the things crop. I don't know why it does it. I just know that it does it sometimes. That's okay. Not worried about it. I can deal with those. One of the things I do want you to see is that first start point is here. It's not in the corner. Let me zoom in on this. It is actually here because how this design, it would stitch to the outside and it stitches back and then it stitches in and whatever. So just be aware, sometimes your start points are going to be, send a message to Benjamin Farber saying, you're fine, I'm locked in my bedroom.
I'll send this.
Sometimes your start points are not going to be where you think they're supposed to be. Just be careful. The other thing I'm going to check, so obviously not in the right spot, because if you look at my quilt top, this is where it should be. So I'm going to move to where I started originally, and I think I was about the yay there. And I'm going to come up to my screen. My design is selected. It's all ready. I'm going to modify, reposition, top left. So now I am going to come over to the other side and see, I'm going to put my crosshairs on my screen where the right side is and look where it is and say, yes, that's where it's supposed to be. So everything is lined up. The other thing I'll do really quick is I'm going to come forward and I can stitch row 1, 2, and 3. So how many rows is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 and a half. I guess 10 technically because there's a half at the top. So, all right. Let's see how fast this stitches. Let me set you up. Beautiful. I'm beautiful. I'm beautiful. When I stitch this first row, it should not have been because of the Wi-Fi was on, and I didn't even notice if it was still on. It should have turned itself off, but I know that it hasn't been doing that. So as I stitch this first row, there's the starts and the stops on the first row. I'm going to stitch, and when it stops and does a tie off, I'm just going to move left and right to the next start point and hit resume. I'm not going to worry about bringing my bobbin up and stuff. I'm cutting all that stuff anyway. I stitch off the sides of my quilt. So you'll see me do that. I want to check my settings, OptiStitch. I'm OptiStitch, acceleration 40, speed 80. Because ain't nobody got time for that. Oh, I do want to see how big that heart is. Oh, we're good. 10 stitches per inch is delicious. I also, for this first row only, I'm going to turn off the tie-offs at the end. My jumps are set to 0. I'm going to confirm that. Yes. My jumps are set to 0. I'm going to start it. It's going to do the initial tie-off, After that, I'm going to turn the start tie-offs and the end tie-offs off for only row 1, and I will I might do the same thing on the last row just so I don't have to wait for it to do all those tie-offs. No, I'm going to leave them on. You know why? I'll forget to turn them off or turn them back on. There we are. So this is what I'm talking about. This is one of those tie-offs. It's going to finish. I can see on my screen where it's going to start again. I'm going to move it close. Make sure my needle's up. Resume. And it wants to do all the it wants to do the what's it called? Pull up auto and all that stuff every time. That's fine. It doesn't hurt me. It drives me nuts, but it doesn't hurt me. Now, when you guys stitch, is this what you do? Do you just like text and fiddle around? What I'm supposed to be doing is putting zippers on the next backing. Oh gosh. I gotta clean up my mess. Oh, really quick. I was talking to my friend over at Pro Stitcher today, and she said if you've put in a ticket and you feel like you didn't get a response, to check your spam folder because they are finding a lot of stuff. The spam folders are blocking the tickets because they're not coming from Handy Quilter. They're not coming from Pro Stitcher. They come from the Zendesk, which is like their ticket system. So check your spam and check your like blockers to see if it might have went there. She's like, we sent like 6 responses to someone and then they got really mad and they started saying stuff online. And then we just messaged them and said, we've sent you all of these responses. They are probably just in your spam blocker. And then the person said, oh, they were. So check those. And be nice, because a real human reads all that stuff. Okay, this is going to go so fast because this wasn't even fast doing this first work. I just found it too. Why do I have a toothbrush in here and where did it come from? I need my scissors. All right, so now we're on row 2. One of the things I do is I set a timer on my first full row because I want to see how long this is going to take. There is the stitch stats button, but I want to know each row because if it's going to take 22 minutes, that means I can play around a PlayStation and I'll be okay. So I'm going to resume. Start. Now here's the thing. I always forget to hit stop. I don't know what the toothbrush is for, honestly. I love it with the rainbows and the hearts. Okay, everybody go out and buy this pattern because that first row took 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Chris, Ben is feeling like he got ran over by a truck, but if he's laying down, he feels fine. He just can't stand up, so he's doing okay. I feel bad because I started this and I forgot I was going to get him lunch. So he sent me a text saying, "Can I go outside and make me some lunch?" Well, 4 stitch down, generally pressing, cutting, stitching. My Sandy, I do the same thing. I'm always doing something else. I am loving this design. I think it's going to be perfect. And then we're going to put "I love you." My handwriting's really bad, but I think I could cursive it. Linda, congratulations on your Pro Stitcher. Oh my gosh, that's exciting. What machine do you have? For those of you, if you do buy this design, it's available at Pro Stitcher Patterns. It's called Juju Hearts. Don't forget, ASF 10 will save you 10%. Oh, I love that you love the burrito. Oh, the 16. I love that machine. Linda, are you on a little foot frame, a studio frame, or a loft frame? Oh, the Infinity is very loud. That's one of the things. It's fast, but it's loud. You guys, I just realized something. The Infinity and myself. Oh, so you got this locked frame, so you have the Pro Stitcher Lite. I love it. Oh my gosh, I think it's so you're gonna have so much fun. I am also loud and fast. I talk very fast. I do things fast, and I'm loud. I'm just like the Infinity. It was meant to be. All right, we got advance. I'm taking off my side clamps with the magnets. So fast, so fun, so easy. Ratchets up. I fluff my batting. I roll my bar. So I always tighten my back, pop up the far end into its pole cradle, and then I fluff out my batting. And for those of you with the loft frame, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say this or not, but a pole cradle's coming. I want to fluff out my batting, make sure everything's nice. And then I toss it all back up into the hammock. I'll check it. Looking good, looking good. Always base down my sides. And honestly, usually I base down the right and then up the left. I don't know why. So I'm using red snappers, and I knew this was going to happen because I don't have enough zippers to zip this one on and the next one, and then load the next one that needs to go on because the third one already has the zippers on. And I am lazy. I didn't want to take them off, so I snapped this. And I was just advancing this. I'm like, this is going to be an issue. So when you're using the red snapper, for those of you who don't know, they're these. So this is just for the backing, or you can load all three, but I just have my backing on. You get this bulk that sticks out because you're going to snap this onto a bar. So this is sitting there. And anytime I roll, I make sure the snapper is pointing up on this back bar or pointing down. Whatever, the back bar back here. And right now it's pointing to the back. So it's not how I would usually do this. This design it's still gonna work, but I just ran into it because by pointing to the back, you lose. Once everything's rolled on here, you lose almost an inch of stitch space, which is one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan. I like that they're fast and stuff, but I like my space better. All right, so I'm basted down. I'm going to a side clamp. And now we have to advance. I don't use the basting function. I change my stitches physically to 5. So I'm going to put that back up to 10. And now we have to do our drag and drop. So there is the video for it. I'm going to find a point. Oh, I missed one of my threads when I trimmed. The pink is on the one pink strip and I couldn't see it. So I'm going to find a point on my screen that I can also find on my quilt. And I always do something in the middle. And this has those rainbows into the lollipop heart. So I'm just going to use the point at the bottom of the lollipop heart. Oh my gosh, did I miss it again? I can't cut this thread apparently. There we go. Did I get the bobbin? Now, how I trimmed the bobbin thread and not the top thread, I don't know. All right. I remember I said that that there was a the snapper is in the way. I actually can't get to it, even though I just stitched it, and I know that my throat space is big enough. I can't get to that point because the snapper is taking up that extra space. So dumb. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag and drop it to, I'm going to pretend that I'm on the point, and then I'm just going to use reposition nudge and nudge it up. I need lights. That was weird. Modify, reposition, nudge. There we are. So now I will continue on. I didn't hit cancel. I didn't hit anything. So I don't have to change my start point. If you are a canceler, if you do this a little bit different, then do it the way you do it. But if you don't hit cancel and you just continue. So I've done one. Oh, I can't. Let's see. Zoom. Where's the zoom? So I've done 1, 2, 3. It's going to go here. It wants to start at this point because that's the next row. That's the next natural place to start. And because I never hit this cancel button, it's going to start at that point. A lot of people cancel, which is fine. It's just a different way to do it. And you hit cancel, but then you have to change your start point. I never have to change my start point because I just continue in the process. Oh my God, my thread is so long because I forgot or I didn't trim it. I'm going to do that. Let's see, what is people saying? The backing is from Connecting Threads. It's on sale right now. I do have an affiliate link that I posted yesterday. I can post it in the chat. What I'm looking for. I posted a link to the Connecting Threads sale, the Christmas in July. This is a backing from there. I actually just bought some more of it. but their backings are 50% off right now. So what's a pole cradle? It's a little... I was talking too much. My thread broke. Ooh, that's a mess. How the hell? I should have taken a picture of this before I cut it. I don't know how that happened. Oh, I forgot I was going to press something. My iron just went off. Where did it break? I'll sit right there. Now I have all this extra bobbin thread. I'm not going to keep it. I cut it. Don't wind it back on the bobbin. That's just silly. So what I was saying, backing is connecting threads. I threw the link in there. This Christmas in July. It is an affiliate link, so I get a little kickback. Pole cradles are, if you look right above my finger, it's a little black thing that sits on the frame where I can pop my pole out. When I advance to the next advance, you'll see me use it. I can pop the pole out and set it in there. Great for when you're loading batting because you don't have to try to squish stuff through here. Forgot what I was doing. I have to go find my thread, where my thread broke. Off the quilt, perfect. Modify. Our Pro Stitcher, new start end, auto, auto. Remember we're hitting auto twice. And quilt. I did cancel out. When my thread breaks, I hit cancel. I cancel out of everything, and then I just start new from that new spot because then I know where it's going to start and then it's going to work. So we're here. Run. Resume. It got a little farther. Jordan Fabric showed a nice pattern free to make a Jelly Rolls quilt wider. Oh. The first strip at 70 inches. So is it wider and shorter? You probably said that. What's the name of the store? Joanne, the pattern is Juju Hearts from Pro Stitcher. You can save 10% with ASF 10. Is there a way to move the machine without hitting cancel when you're stitching out? I keep hearing that you can recover from an empty bobbin without hitting cancel. Use the back. Star, I will get to your question when this finishes running because I'm sure it's pretty loud. The Moxie's not slow. The Moxie still stitches 1,800 stitches a minute. The Moxie stitches as fast as some of the other big machines on the market. This is the fastest machine on the market at the current point, I believe. It will stitch 3,100 stitches a minute. I'm at 80%. So let me do some math. 3,100 times 0.8. So I'm stitching 2480 right now at its fastest point, if it gets to it. So I'm almost stitching the 100% point of the Amara line because their 100% is 2,500 scissors. But what it shows you is that you can stitch that fast. Oh, let me answer the star question. So star, up on the top right, up here, you're going to see a padlock. If you hit pause or your thread breaks and it pauses itself, the padlock is green. All you have to do is tap that padlock to turn it red. If green is closed and it looks like a closed padlock. When you tap it and it's red, it's an open padlock. Hit that. It will open that padlock for you. And then you can move the machine. So you don't have to hit cancel. I just like to because I know that it's going to do exactly what I tell it to. There's something funny going on over here. Let's see. Wider in the same size. Chris, I'm gonna have to look into that jelly race thing. I'm gonna do it now. All right, I downloaded the pattern so I can look into that. I'm starting to wonder where my mom got these strips. She's not a big purchaser of things. Usually I buy her fabric. Okay, wait. Star, we're gonna have to chat about this again. The problem is I can't chat with my back to you. Do you ever stitch right? Do you ever stitch left to right and always start on the left side? I always stitch left to right. I never stitch right to left. I know the theory behind it. I could set it up very easily. It wouldn't be a problem. My thing, and I never teach people how to do this because I don't trust you all enough to set those rows up and not run into something because it's going to stitch and then keep going. Because I would make it so it stitches and then it comes down and it stitches back. And there would be zero pausing between. I want it because if I'm going to worry about it going there and then coming back, I don't want to have to go over there and still do that jump. And I don't let my machine jump. And so my whole thing is enough of you hit bars, not worrying about going right to left and then left to right. And they're designed to stitch left to right. Stitching left to right and then back right to left. They're designed to stitch that way. So I don't force it. Even when I'm doing straight lines, I just walk back and forth. It doesn't take that much time. And if it's a design that might not work great going right to left because it's lots of straight lines and such, I just don't want to mess with thread breaks. I know some people set it up like that. To me, it's not that important. Yeah, I've seen some designs that do that too, Bridget. I don't know. To me, it's just not that hard to move over. So pole cradle. You can't really see this. I'm over here. So I'm going to advance these. So I'm going to pop the ratchets up. Advance. See how off some of these these things are. And hopefully I can get to the back of that. Clamps come down on my belly bar, belly bar. Tighten that up. So I'm going to pop my top bar out, and the pole cradle allows it to sit up off of my quilt top. So now I can easily put my hand under here. I do have another cradle on that side. I just don't use that one. Not when I'm doing this. And I'm going to pop that up so I can smooth out my batting. And I have enough extra on the sides of my batting. I kind of picked it up and pulled it. If I didn't, say this was a really big quilt, I'm going to smooth out my batting by a pancake pole. So I pancake the fabric or the batting between my hands and just slide it, because you don't want to grab it and put your fingerprints in it. And then I can clip it back down, ratchet, tighten. Careful not to over tighten. Mine's probably too tight, but that's the way I like it. I also know how to fix it if something happens. If you ever see this bar on your machine, your idler, if it's bowing, you're too tight. And that can cause skip stitches. That can cause a lot of issues. So just don't do it. Do what I say, not that I do, okay? Let's just do that. So the other day I was making those accordions, and I said, somebody's seeing roll out the barrel, right? Well, the day before, I don't even know what day it is. Monday, I think. I went to the casino because I'm like, I'm gonna go to the casino. I'm home. I'm allowed to, and I won a jackpot for like $250. And at one part, it started singing playing "Roll Out the Barrel." It made me laugh. It was fate. I am using the glide foot. I don't know if you can see this, but I haven't been turning the lights off. You'll see me do this a lot. I check to make sure that's nice and tight after every row. I do have the new, at the end of when I finish this quilt, I'll show you, I do have the new bracket on here, and that bracket lets you tighten it, and it kind of holds it in place a little better without cracking the foot. The new feet with the actual metal piece that's on the interior, somebody posted a picture on Pro Stitcher Posse, so I feel like I can talk about it. It's not out quite yet, but any of the plastic feet, they are getting sold with this little metal bracket that goes on here and a longer screw so you can use it. It's nice. I have to say, I like it. They try to fix things that aren't working perfect. All right, I'm advancing, same thing. Find my spot. This time I can get to it. Drag, move it up, drop. Careful you're not leaning on the bar. I didn't hit cancel, so I can go stitch my next row. And I will be stitching 1, 2. Is that right? That one. That one. Yep. So the first time I got like 2.5. So now the rest of them I'm just going to be getting 2, which is fine. I need iron. Uh-oh. I got a motor error. I can't believe this. The first marks your new point. The second locks it in place. What am I missing? Oh, thank you, Star. Joanne. Yeah, the first marks it, second one locks it in place. I got a motor error, so I have to reboot. So I'm going to try to answer Star's. Okay, so I have a question for Star and Chris. What are you having to reposition? Because if you have a thread break, you shouldn't have to reposition the design because it's just the machine locks itself where it is, and you shouldn't have to move it. But if you're having a motor error like I just got, that is going to oh, I got a message. If you get a motor error, then that's gonna mean you have to reposition. So I'm gonna have to reposition this one. But what I'm going to do before I also forgot to take it off of basting stitches. Lucky me. So I know where it just started. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move my start point. Let me see. I'll see if I can. Let me cut my thread. So if you get a motor error, can you hear me okay if I talk like away from the screen? I have to be able to see your comments, and I was scrolling up. All right, so we're here, and I can zoom in, whatever. So it just started this row. We can see that it is stitched. So I'm going to pro stitch or do start end. I am moving my machine or my thing. I have a motor error, so I'm moving my jump down to where it just started, which was right there. So I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to reconnect my motors. Now, by reconnecting my motors, it's going to create a new Pro Stitcher universe. So I'm going to have to move my design, but because I put my start point right there, I should be able to just reposition start point. So now I'm going to come over here where it started, because I can see where my stuff started. So my laser light is at my start point. I'm coming up here, modify. Come back to you, modify, reposition, and I'm going to hit start point, but I have to have my crosshairs. I have to have my needle where I want it, and you're not going to be able to see the screen that far away. So there we are. Zoom in on the screen. It's not working. I'm going to hit start point. And now why can't you see that? That's weird. Is it this? You just can't get a view. That's weird. But just take my word for it. We'll see if I can do this. See how my crosshairs are right there on the green dot? So that repositioned it really quick for me. The things I do for you, I do it because it makes you happy. Now, I'm getting my next favorite tool. If you don't have one of these, you need one. It is the Clover Curved Awl, and this is going to help me pull out my threads. So, all right, so let's see, cancel. I'm going back to the start thing really quick. If you hit cancel and you move your carriage, you have to do a new start end. Correct? So when you were saying reposition, you were talking about reposition your start and your end, not reposition the whole design. Because either way, if you move your carriage, you still have to change a start point. It's not gonna, you can't hit resume and have it. I don't think so. I'm gonna have to play with that. I don't think, but if your thread breaks, it never stops right where it breaks anyway. You have to kind of go back in the cycle. If you pause it and you don't move anything and you hit resume, it'll start right back where you paused it. I don't know what happens if I don't know. There's never been an instance that I've had to pause and move it without having to go back. Like I wouldn't move it just to resume right where I paused it. Does that make sense? So I just don't know. I wonder. Let me know. Let me know how that works for you. I'm pretty interested in that. Where's my thing? Let's see. Where's my all? I'll link the all. I love this thing. I actually buy them, usually get them wholesale. And then I broke some trying to pry something that I wasn't supposed to do. Just ordered 3-yard backends from connecting threads. Hey, I'm glad you got saved. I just saved you. If you got 3 yards, that's let's say 10, 20, 30, 40. I just saved you $90. Congratulations. I'm just kidding. Around there, maybe. You can just move your carriage and hit resume, which sounds cool. Yeah, I don't know about that. Do the magnets holding the top keep the sides? Do the magnets holding the top keeping the sides even when you have to roll your quilt forward, then basting the next section versus floating it? I don't ever float, so yes, maybe. I don't know. The magnets that are the ones on the side are like these or these. These magnets here are just like pinning the top onto the leader. So it's just using magnets instead of pins or zippers or snappers. I don't ever float. I find that this is kind of my safety net. And I know that if I pin it, it's not going anywhere and it's going to stay straight. So, I mean, that's just me. But that does not mean that if you're a floater, you shouldn't. I'm very much like you should do what works for you and makes you happy. All right, we are good. Stitches back at 10. Start point is set. And we should pro stitch your quilt run. It's so close to that top bar that I feel like I'm going to hit it. I know I'm not because I checked it. Sorry, I had to go get some water. I'm drinking this that I got at Costco, and I don't know how to say it, but it's from Peru, and it's sparkling. It's mineral water, but for those of you who grew up and drank out of the hose, it kind of tastes like that. I love it. I poured some for Ben the other day, and I said, you have to taste this. And I'm like, I'm just going to give you a little bit. I don't know if you'll like it. And he tasted it. He like made a face. I said, it's hose water, right? Mmm. Delicious hose water. Where are my scissors? Oh, I forgot I was supposed to be pressing. Sorry, I'm pressing. Not too shabby that it almost took me 3 minutes to press a wide back. Well, I guess that's 2 minutes and 10 seconds, right? I'm almost done. What, do you like this wide back? You can't see it. You can't see it. I love this. I don't know what it's called, but I love it. I don't really have a place to throw this. Oh. Right. It's trash day today, and I feel like the trash truck is just like sitting out in front of our house. Oh man. Move this thing. I am getting close to the end. All right, so we're going to talk about the end because I have, because I'm using magnets. And because I don't magnet them to my leaders, I actually magnet them to the bar. So there's a few things that I want to do. Yeah, this will work. Because I think once I take these magnets off, I think I have enough room. My last row is about here, so I can still roll back, and I think I have enough room that if I base down my magnets, I'm going to be able to do everything with one more pass instead of like 1.5. So let's see if I can move things around so you can see what I'm doing. Oh shit. I mean crap. I said crap. Sorry. Ah! All right. So you can see what I'm talking about. My magnets, if I see how my magnets are on my bar right here, I'm going to roll that back down. I'm going to roll my back as normal, keep it locked, but I can't continue to roll this out because these magnets are stuck to the bar. So when I get to this point, I'm there. Make sure it looks good. It's good. I need to be able to take this fabric off. So I am coming here and I am going to 5 stitches. Bring up my bobbin. I'm going to run a basting stitch straight. Oops. Kind of. Oh, I can't see my backing. Or there's my thread. I can't see my thread because I turned off the lights. The basting stitch straight across. I'm not channel locked. I just drew one. It's fine because I want to be able to take these magnets off. Just pop them here because I'm going to need them for the next quilt anyway. And now I'm going to undo the ratchet on my belly bar, and I'm going to continue to advance this. And I think I just went too far. And I think I'm probably a 1/2 inch not enough. But I'm not going to worry about basting this down yet because I can't get to it. I threw this basting stitch in, so this basting stitch is going to be my holding pattern. I thought I was going to be able to get there, and I'm not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch up the sides just like normal. Do my I'll do one more row and then I'll come back and do the oops. Uh-oh, what just happened? There we are. I'm going to do one more row and then I'll come back and advance so I can do the last row and then the half row. So, oh my god. Oh, I just did a basic stitch, that's why. I was like, my thread is in the fabric. I always do that basic stitch in before I take it off because I want to make sure that everything's still tight the way it should be. And I can continue down as far as I can go. I'm just not going to be able to get to the end. And again, you might do things different than I do. That's fine. Whatever works for you is what you should do. It's just a quilt. I forgot I dropped one. So my bobbin is sounding weird. I think my bobbin's almost out. So I'm going to check that. Ooh. Do you think I can get one more row? I can maybe get one more row. I'm not really sure. Let's chance it. And while it's stitching, I'll go and wind another one. Can I use, what color thread am I using that one? Cream? Oh, you know what? I'm going to use the same color. We're going to use the same color top and bottom. We're going to use 503 So Fine for our next quilt. I think that's going to look good on that quilt top. I definitely want something that's not going to stand out as much. The thread is stuck. I got it. It's stuck in my mouth. Oh yeah, we're going to use 503 So Fine. So I'm going to need another bobbin anyway. All right, so I advanced. So now I actually have to advance my design just like normal, drag and drop, all that jazz. Now I said all that jazz and now I have it stuck in my head. Come on, babe. Wanna be in the town? On my chest. Start the car, won't be smart. Oh, I almost forgot to put my side clamps on. I told you I would do something. It's just a noisy hall. There's the night all night. Oh shit. Crap, I said crap. Sometimes I hit buttons too fast. All right, let me see what's going on here. I gotta come back. Hose water's the best. Let's see. Love hose water. If you guys like hose water, this water really is good. It's Socosani from Peru, bottled at the source. Costco has it. About Diamond Days, Linda, you're all over like I am when I'm working. Thanks just on me. And open the film for this video. What pattern is this? Susan, the pattern I'm using is Juju Hearts from ProStitcher.com. Do I pre-wash my wide backs? No, I don't pre-wash anything. At least play some music. I can't hear music because this is so loud. Yeah, I would have to put headphones in, and since I'm talking to you guys, I can't do that. Design, did you change? You can play music and then just put me on mute. When did you change the size? I changed the size. I made it taller. I think it's 7 inches tall instead of 6. Aaron, the wide back, I put a link to the wide back. The wide backs are on sale at Connecting Threads. There's a link in the chat. It's my affiliate link, so I get a kickback, but they're all 50% off right now. And what do I use for side clamps? I use, I call them side leaders. They have so tight magnets inside them. We all hear that. Thanks. Catch you later. Star, thank you. Have a good one. Jazz hands. Kelly, same thing. Clamps are side clamps made from sew tights. There's a video. There's a video called like clamping the sides of my quilt with sew tights or sew tight side leaders or something that I made. All right, although I couldn't do that last row, I'm going to advance this so I can baste everything down and stuff before I do the last one. So I can do them together. I don't have to do it this way. I just want to. So that basting stitch is holding this nice and tight. I don't like this is, I could never float because when it gets floppy like this, that drives me nuts. And that's one of the reasons I use the Versatool, the Versatool to hold my stuff down, but I don't have my foot on. Oh, crap. Crap. So I'm going to try to get this down as good as I can without running over my finger. I don't have my sure foot, so I can't use my ruler. So start in the middle. Oh my God, I hate this. I'm going to put a pleat into my mom's quilt. We'll put it in the corner. She won't know. She won't ever know because I'm going to put I love you in it, and she'll only look at that. and clamp it up. Oh, that's too tight. All right, advance my quilts. And I didn't advance this up very far. So let's do this next row. Row stitcher. Just thinking how fast this would have been if I wasn't answering questions. Bridget, I'll get to your question. I gotta go wind a bobbin. I'm gonna run out of bobbin. You're never going to guess what happened. I ran out of bobbin thread that I was winding on the winder, like actual winder. Scissors. But I got like 1¼ bobbin, so I'll be okay. I've also changed my mind because I don't want to have to change tension, so I'm going to find a light gray Magnifico. Okay, let's see. So what kind of funny you say that you pre-washed and wind backs? We are advised not to pre-wash them because of shrinkage. Oh, I didn't think about that. They would shrink and not be 108. Clamps are brilliant. Looking for the video. Do you still have a code for sew tights? I do have a. I do the code. If I ever have a code, it's usually ASF10. It will give you 15%. I did link sew tights in the chat, so you can just go hit that link to go over there. A question: I'm using Omni thread through needle, so fine and bobbin. My tension looks great on the quilt top and bottom. However, on the bottom quilt, a partial side of the stitch design, the tension is loose and tension is off on the exact same area of the design throughout on the quilt. The small area of the design, but the tension is off. No clue. I just had a roll batting fall on the floor. So tension gets off just one part of the design. That's weird. Is it like a part that curves and does something like a funky shape? Sometimes that could cause it, but it shouldn't make the tension loose. Um, oh, I had a little bit. Um, Bridget, let me think on that. Usually the curves are when you're going to see something happen. You can tighten that top just a little bit. If it's pulling to the back, my dogs are going crazy. If it's pulling to the back, hold on, I gotta check see what's going on. You're laying in your bed barking at nothing. Oh my gosh. It was a false alarm. Barry wasn't even out of his bed. When I test tension, I always do circles because then you're going to find out if it's going to pull because the circles are usually they're pulling everything's pulling to the center. So if it's pulling to the back, just go up like 2 or 3 numbers. If it's pulling to the top, uh, let's see. If it's pulling to the back, tighten the top a few numbers. If it's pulling to the top, loosen the top a few numbers and see if that fixes it in those places. That's weird that it would just do it in those few places. I forgot to run this through the TOA. Look, I was talking. I almost didn't TOA. Then I would have had bad tension on the last row. And my mom would have sent it back and said, I want a refund. Just kidding. I'm not charging her. Yeah, I would, when you tension it, do some curves and make sure that they look good. And because a lot of people will just do straight lines. I felt that bobbin case go in there, but I didn't hear the click. So I took it out and redid it. I always do that. I want to hear the click. Oh my gosh, you guys, it fits perfect on this row. Been starting to feel a lot better. Look, the very bottom of this design is at the very bottom of this quilt, which means I don't have to stitch another row. I'm so excited. Oh, sometimes things like that happens. It's fate. That's when you do. Oh. Love it, love it, love it. Now I gotta practice. Well, that's gonna be hard. Do I keep it in the lines? When I do, I love you. Do I keep it in the lines? Is the question. Oh, what if I just do a U? I hate that, but I think I'm gonna do it. I can fit it right here. I love you. And I can do it each of the little ones. Oh my gosh, she's gonna cry. What you don't know is my mom cries on everything. I hope she's not watching. You guys, I was supposed to be putting the backing on the zippers. I need to mark these centers really quick. Sorry, I just put my face in the screen. Ow. Downfall of zippers. Or not zippers, pins. All right. So we are good. We are done. It looks great. We had some fun. I don't know what time I actually started this, but this would have taken 35 minutes. Love the black hatch wide back. Oh, I love this. Connecting threads. Connecting threads. How many? Did you see all the colors they have? They have black, they have berry, they have, I don't know. I just bought those two yesterday. All right, so I'm going to cancel out of this. File tab, clear all. And let's do the I love yous first. Turning my gears off. We're going to do speed at 225. You can see okay from there. Can I zoom in? Is it zoomed in for you? Oh no, it's just zoomed. My screen just zoomed in. This is as close as I can get you. And I need to move my arms. Oh my gosh. You guys, I'm nervous. Oh, okay. Let me see. Gotta pop my knuckles. Get ready. So I'm going to swing out. I'm going to do I love and a U. But I need to be far enough away that it's not going to be inside. Oh, I forgot to take that basting stitch out. Hold on, because I'll forget if I don't do this really quick. I can't believe I forgot to do this. Oh, I have an idea. This is why everyone needs it curved all, because it goes so fast. Ow, ow, ow. Where's my bobbin thread? There we go. All right. Basting stitches done. All right, so I need light. Is that going to mess you all up? Ugh, that messes you all up. I think I'll be okay. So I have to come up far enough that I do I love you before I get to like the 1/4 inch line. So I'll just have to, it's been a while since I've driven. All right, let's see. So and the I is just going to be an L because I don't know how else to do it. And I just put it myself. Okay, here we go. Breathe. Wait, that's not a V? Crap. How do you make a V? You make a cursive V. Yeah, it's like a big U, but it's a V. Right? Is a V and a U like the same? Oh my gosh, I just went blank. This one's going to be the messed up love. LOV. Luckily, my mom will never catch it. I even squished it into the last one. There, this one's a good one. Aw, I'm so sweet. I've got you all fooled. All right. There was someone that posted something like that. TOA. What value on the TOA do I aim for based on the thread you are using? Is there a basic TOA value for thread you shoot for? So every thread is a little bit different. And the Superior Threads has a TOA thread guide that will tell you if you're using this thread, this is what your TOA number should be. The Superior is not Glide. Glide is its own brand. But Magnifico is very similar to Glide. So you can use the numbers for the Glide thread. But it's free on the Superior Threads website. It's under the education section. It just connects in the end. See, who said like a U but comes off the top? That's exactly what I was trying to do. And the U comes in the other. Well, whatever. One says of. I love you. I love you. Okay, so quilt 1 is done. Quilt 2, I have to put the zippers on. Where do my zippers go? What's this one? My favorite thing about these. Pin to backing fabric, bottom left side. Backing, bottom left. I put these on wrong all the time. I have the dummy ones. They're not called the dummy. They're called the flip side rulers or something. The flip rulers. Zippers. And I still, even though it tells me where to pin stuff, I still do it wrong. Oh. While I do this, I'm updating back to 5:30 or 7:12 because I need the design and I need Connect to download it. So, it is what it is. Now, I am usually / never doing this at my long arm. I'm usually doing it where my computer is, or let's see, I was wondering what you have for a light, the bright one you turn on and off. Oh, it's a camera light. It's like a studio light. If you want lighting, the highlights. I just can't fit them in here because how the room is shaped, and I have a TV right here and a fan and stuff. So they don't fit in here. I need to find a way to get them to hang where they work. But those were my favorite things in life. And then they didn't work. I can't remember what I was talking about. So yeah, I'm never doing this at the like on the machine. This is weird. But what else? You do what you do. The nice thing about zippers is that you don't have to overload it with pins. You can actually use less pins. Some people baste. I'm not one of those some people. I know like Megan Best. She's been using zippers probably since the inception of the zippers. And she just bastes everything on her with her domestic machine right onto them. I find it takes me more time to do that than to just pin it. But I don't know. I have that new M7. It might do it for me. Little churro, we called it. Like I said, the only reason the first quilt wasn't on zippers is because the other zip set that I have is currently on a quilt. I do think there's another floating around here. But if you do any type of quilting, like with friends or family, like if you share a machine, you should definitely have zipper leaders. It makes a world of difference when you're trying to share. This is when I need some music. What would you all like to listen to? I'll sing it. We did go to a Paramore concert the other night, and I knew like 3 songs. She puts on a good show. They put on a good show. Lots of energy. All right, one zipper's on. Now where's the other one? I don't know why I'm frightened. I know my way around here. That's a flip side. Dummy. That's one of my dummies. Please be the right one. Backing fabric, top left side. This kind of works. The problem is usually you're not putting zippers on when there's a quilt here. And I'm still bending over. And this time, all right, I'm zipped. We are zipped and ready to go. Let me see. Oh, I need to update to connect. I read the comment, connect your ends, and it made me think, oh, I need to update to connect. I also need to iron this quilt top. That was my mother's. Alright, so I'm gonna move this out of the way. My favorite part of the quilting process is taking a quilt off the frame. Because that means it's done. And in my world, it's done because you know I don't like to bind. My first step I want to do though, I always cut batting off before I take it off. I feel like because it's held tight and everything, I can cut batting off here really easy and quick. And I usually actually do this step whenever I base down that final row. I cut the extra batting off and I pop it out. And then this batting just gets thrown somewhere because I don't know where it's gonna go. All right. Step one, undo my ratchets. And I always take my belly bar off first. So I went over, I undid all my ratchets in the back. Oops. Take off my belly bar. And now I get to just pull. Okay, quilt one is done. I love this design. I love the way it turned out. Let me turn you towards me. Here we are. Good job, Mom. Love you. You can tell I wrote it in your quilt. Throw it into a pile. All right, so now we're on to number two. Try. Those stitchers doing something weird. So now we're on to quilt two. And let me come over here and fix this so we're oh. Sometimes the screw on this gets loose. All right, righty tighty, there we are. That was my foot. Don't put it on the internet, please. And I forgot to go and iron again. All right, so we're ready. Let's see. Bella just connects. Bella, thank you. Thank you. I was just wondering what you have for light. Suspend a rod from the ceiling. That way you can adjust the light. I might be able to suspend a rod. I don't think I can. I have a TV right here that like pivots in and out. So nothing can be there. And higher than the TV is the problem, because then it's just too high. I don't know. I just need to not be a baby. Why is this doing this? Cancel. I just tried to update to connect, and it's saying it can't, that I don't have a machine. That's weird. You know what? I'm keeping it real, right? Okay? Keeping it real. All right, let's load our zippers up. I can't remember. I think, did I put one on wrong? No. I don't want to poke myself. All right, so I do this the same way that I load everything. I always throw the backing over. I throw my quilt over. I throw everything over. Keep the back of behind your quilt or behind your frame clean. And stuff to do the work. Now here's the beautiful part. You're not going to be able to see the beginning, but I have my zipper tape and I have my leader, and I'm going to put the zipper tape on. This can all fall. Belly bar loaded, baby. And so I am going to do one thing, because I just updated back to Connect. I rebooted it. It worked fine. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut down the tablet. I'm going to shut down the machine. And because I have to go to the back, I'm going to go to the back and flip this. I'm going to unplug the machine while I load this quilt up, and then I'll plug it back in, just because I updated to a newer version than what was on there. Even though I've had it on there before, I'm just being cautious. And by unplugging it, it will kind of do like a soft reset, kind of like when you unplug your cable box. So if when I rolled back to 537, I didn't do that. I didn't worry about it. But rolling up, especially with one that we know might have a few issues with it. Let's see. No, I didn't square this backing off. I know it's wide. I was like, do I know it's wide enough? It's wide enough to do what I needed to do. Wide enough for this quilt. Oh, my iron's ready. I'm moving that light. So I'm just gonna roll it. It's not gonna roll up straight. There's no way it can roll up straight because I didn't cut it straight. So like the same thing with quilts. If you don't get a quilt top that's straight, it's not going to be straight. You're not a magician. But I still roll a few, smooth a few, make sure things look nice and taughtish. I'm caught on something back there. And now, the second part of the magic of zippers. And I'm loaded. I love zippers. If you want Zipper's quilting connection, if you call them, I don't know if I have a discount code with them. Sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. Sorry, I got a text. I got to read this. Mm-hmm. Uh, wait, what was I talking about? I forgot what was I talking about. Oh, sometimes I have a discount code for zippers and sometimes I don't. I don't know. It just depends on what they do. Um, but yeah, backing is loaded. We're gonna load the top after I iron it. Talk amongst yourselves. What? I'll sing something. What would you like me to sing? Don't make me sing. Don't make me sing. My mom needs. I'm so glad I have a glide foot for this quilt. I don't know why I'm frightened. I know my way around here. Carpool screams, paper screams, the sound here. The world to discover. The dreams I need from moments. Conversations in overcrowded hallways. I was there. Oh. Oh my gosh, you guys. I just realized um, I need a light taupe. And I don't have that color. So this is the next quilt. This is one of those like cake recipe quilts. There was a mistake at one point. I don't know if she fixed it. I didn't. My dad found it. Which of all people, I think that's funny that my dad found it. What's this? Fuzz from the floor. It's because the other day when I said, "Do you put your threads on the floor?" Over on Facebook or Instagram. Do you put your threads on the floor or in the trash? Because I had just thrown threads on the floor. And I said, I can't be the only one. All right, so I'm loading magnets again. So my first step is I make my leader nice and tight. I'm going to line up the edge of my quilt top with the edge of my zipper tape. And I only do this if I'm loading a smaller top. If it's bigger, I always will put it on something. And now I butt my magnet up against the zipper tape. This has some bulky seams. Lots of half square triangles. Let's see if I put that there. So now it's loaded. If I had more, I might use it more often. Oops. And I'm keeping an eye out. Everything's rolling straight. Because I throw it over the bar, gravity is pulling it down, and there's tension running over this leader. So it keeps everything kind of straight and flat for the most part. I'm going to restart this because I wasn't looking at that end. I was just looking at this end. This might have been the first quilt that my mom made. No, because I've already quilted one for her. This might be the second quilt my mom made. We're good on this side. I gotta come over here and look. Oh no, this side's just not straight. You know when you're stitching rows and you line one side up and then the other side you get what you get? This is that other side. Oh, I love it. All right, got to cut some batting. What iron do I use? I have a Lore Star. I have the lift and I have the 1980 system. For those of you who weren't here earlier, this is how I cut my batting because I don't have a floor that I can use. I lost my shears. This design is like a clamshell. It's like an Art Deco clamshell. So I think I might have to roll back to 537 again to use it, but we're gonna try it. We're gonna find out. But at least I can download it with Connect. No, my quilt fell. No. No. Oh my gosh. Stay still, quilt top. So the things with pins is I can start like an inch away from where those things are pinned on at the top. So I cheat everything really close to the top of this because I know there's nothing that's going to get in the way. There we go. Oh, you know what? I have to go into the closet, and so I have to move you. Sorry, guys. I don't think I have the tan I want. my gosh, I had the color. I found it. So this is 2169 Magnifico. I don't know what the color name is because I didn't look at that when I was looking for my colors. We're gonna audition too, because one's more taupey, one's more whitey. That one just reads white. I think I do want like more tan. Oh my gosh. This is Mickey would be proud if I use this color. Oh, definitely. We're going with the little darker one. So now I'm using 2171. Whatever color that is. Oh, and go if you're shopping for threads, ASF10 works at Superior Threads now, just so you know, in case you didn't hear that news, because I was excited about that. What brand is the batting? How wide? No clue the brand, no clue the type of batting, and I'm assuming it is 72 inches wide. It was a gift. Handy Quilter gave it to us like when I was still in Cleveland. Usually my go-to batting is Quilter's Dream. I just have the rest of this roll and I didn't want to go open a king size of Quilter's Dream, but that's usually what I use. I like Quilter's Dream 80/20. And I think it's Request. I don't know. It's not the thinnest one. It's the one size up is what I use most of the time. Lights, camera, action. I'm still going to use a gray bobbin because I'm using a gray backing. And you know what? My mom doesn't care what color the thread on the back is. She just wants me to make the top pretty. She told me that. The thread changed. Ooh, I want to put that new bobbin in because I was using a half bobbin. Ooh, I can use the half bobbin for the first row, I think. We're going to do that. We're not going to use the half bobbin. It's almost out. We're going to use the new bobbin. Drop it in my tower. I'm shooting for 180. That's my favorite. And this one's running about, it's a little tight. We're running about 198. I actually dropped it down to 170. I'm going to have to loosen my top tension a little bit, but I feel like the top is it's feeling kind of tight to me. Also, I am going to oil. I was wondering if I was going to oil or not. I try to oil every bobbin, but sometimes like I might finish a quilt and then oil. Where's my sprayer? Where's my gun? So I do that. I drive it off, or I drive the oil to disperse it around the hook. And now, so I'm going to do my plumb line. Oh, I'm going to drive the oil off first. This quilt is more important than the last one. So I need a piece of, oh, I threw all that fabric away. I had a bunch of fabric scraps. So usually I try to use the same type of fabric, whatever I'm using. Whatever fabric is in the quilt is the fabric that I'm going to try to test tension with. In this case, I don't have. I think this is a Moda, and I don't have like Moda scraps just laying around, so I'm going to use connecting threads. There are a few brands that they just fill. I guess they need a bobbin. There are a few brands out there that that I would 100% try to find. Like I feel like Andover. Is it Andover that has the really nice fill of fabric? Yeah, I'm like drawing a blank. Do I ever use wool batting? 100%. I love wool batting. I have a roll of it in my in my shower. What was I going to say? Art gallery. Thank you, Peggy. Art gallery fabric. I would definitely try to use some of their fabric as my reference because theirs feels so different. You know, if it's a batik, I'll use a batik. So I can hear the stitch. I can hear it creating loops, and because it kind of makes like a clicky sound. So I always try to drive it as much as I can. And my thread broke, which I assumed was going to happen. Also, it fell down the spool. But I can like see, I tend to over oil. I put a bigger drop than I should. But it's one of those things that I know I'm doing it and I know how to fix it. We're there. And I'm going to drop those down. Beautiful. So I'm going to bring you in close and see if we can see this. So this is driving off my oil. I was looking back at the screen like I couldn't see what I'm looking at. So this is driving off the oil. Then this is just making sure that I'm not still getting loops. You can see some loops right here by my thumb. You can't see that, but I can. So there are loops here. That's from the over oiling. You can see they continue all the way around. So left and right until that stops. And then this is testing my tension. I'm going to do circles and make sure that nothing's pulling to the back, nothing's pulling to the front, and that the circles aren't pulling too tight. So that's how I test my tension. Every time you change a bobbin. Oh, I can hear something, but it's been in the other room. What's going on? Legs move. There we go. There we go. All right, so that's good. I don't know why I did a tie off, but I did it. Let's see. We're gonna plumb line. I'm gonna plumb line, get this thing basted down, get the design stitching, and then I'll come in and answer the questions for you all if you have questions. But I want to get this stitching because I gotta get done by the time it's dinner time. So 5 stitches per inch, cruise at 25. I'm driving myself. horizontal channel lock. Go for the gusto. I'm very close to the edge, to the top, because I know I can see where my zipper tape is. I know I'm not going to hit it. So we'll roll me back. And if you do this a different way, that's totally fine. Do whatever works for you. So when I do my tops, I fold it. I'm going to fold the center up, meet my plumb line, and try to get this as straight as I can, assuming the quilt is straight. I never use a channel lock at this point. I always drive, again, usually I'm using my Versatool, and a big part of me I think I'm going to grab my Versatool. I think I'm going to put my Surefoot on really quick if I know where it is. And it should be right here. If I lost my Surefoot, I'm going to cry. Ooh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Where is my Surefoot? This could be very bad because I need it tomorrow. Are we in this box? No. You guys, this is bad. Ooh. Another thing that's bad, long arm pins on the floor. Oh my gosh, I just found this picture. It's not a Surefoot, but it'll make me happy because I can't find the Surefoot, and that is not good. This has been in me. Does that have a date? We were babies. Look how young we were. I used to have really long hair. I think that's probably down past my chin. I'm gonna have to take this to my hair cutter guy tomorrow. Surefoot. If I were a Surefoot, where would I be in the top container where you're supposed to be? Okay. I found a box. It definitely does not have a Surefoot in it, but I can use that one in a pinch. Oh my gosh. All right, well, I'm going to use my ruler foot, previously the closed-toed foot, previously known as the ruler foot. Ha! I found it. It's exactly where I thought it should have been, but I was like, there's a cone of thread on there, so it's definitely not there. I always hang my feet off of my back thread mast, but this cone was sitting on them. Oh my gosh, you guys, I was pure panic mode. I don't know if you realize that, but there was definitely panic in my voice. Oh my gosh, my girls over at Classy Creations. I need to email you back. Yes to all, I think. I have to confirm with Benjamin. Yes to all. But I have a question for you guys. There's where I'm getting my new tables, my new room tables. Okay, I gotta actually stitch this. What's going on? I'm getting text. Oh crap! I was supposed to send an email today, but I was doing this instead. Y'all are way more important. I also put my ruler base on. Where did I put my ruler base? Oh my gosh, it was just sitting right there. Oh, I see it. All right. So there we go. I will lights off. That's the wrong button. So I'm just basting this down. I'm going to base down the top edge using my Surefoot and my, whatever this is, my Versa tool. Oh my gosh, I can't see with the light off. So instead of finger walking it, I use the Versa tool to hold everything down. And I find that I have better results that way. It works great for me. And you will see me turn the machine off every time I move the ruler, because you should. All right, when I get to the top right corner, I'm going to tighten my top. And there are a lot of seams in this, so I'm going to fix it and make it work how it needs to be. And then I'll base down the right side. And then I'll pop back over and do the left. This first time I always go from the top down. Oh my gosh, so many thick seams. Just the first time I always go from the top down on the left side. Now I'm popping that ruler glide foot back on. I actually like this new bracket. It's going to get in the way a little bit, but I felt like I had definitely more control with that glide foot. It's that bracket, what that bracket does, for those of you who, okay, I'm going to hang this back on my back spool because I'm going to need it later because I'm going to do the bottom edge with that too. For those of you who use like a washer, it's very similar to that, except it wraps around. So, okay, we're good. We're good. Side clamps. All right, so now we get to go pick our design. So this design, I'm just gonna hold this. So we are in Connect. I have Pro Stitcher patterns back, and we're just gonna hold you like this. We're gonna hit our patterns button. We're gonna hope it works. Oh, am I gonna have to log in again? Oh man, turning you around. Look at my PlayStation. You can see behind me. I know you're all trying to get my passwords. You want all my designs. At Gmail. Just think if you were someone who, oh, that's not the right, I'm gonna go backspace. Just think if you were someone who like talked while you typed and you were typing in a password, then everybody would have it. I'm sometimes that person, which is why I was telling myself not to do that. All right, so here we are. I am going to go to download library. It's running. And I am using something from the Art Deco design. This is also not a Pro Stitcher specific design. This is from Greg. I can't say GC Quilting. Greg. I don't know what the C is for. But Greg is out of Australia. But this is, which one? This one I thought would go fantastic for this quilt. I think that's going to be beautiful, gorgeous, stunning, fantastic. Especially to go with kind of what's going on here. I love it. I think it's going to be great. Let me file this. Oh, I don't want to open it again. I hit the wrong button. I'm going to do a quick view. I do want something a little more curved, maybe this one, but I think I like that one the best. And I think it's going to stitch fast, and that's always a big thing in my book. So now I'm going to go through the motions. Oh, I can take my glue base off. Remember where I put it? You should see my tabletop. It's so messy. All right, so we're coming up here, and I am going to area to corner, going all the way over, area to corner, and I'm changing this one's about 54 wide. It's probably like actually 52. No, it's probably 54, 53, whatever. I'm going to say this one is also 70. Because you know me, I want to stitch off of my quilt, and I have my big, I guess I can bring you back around. So there's my area, and now we are going to, what's the design size? Width, 7, let me see this. Oh no, we definitely need it bigger than this. This is my favorite thing. Let's modify or resize, lock. Let's make this 15 inches. Tall. 1-to-1. Pan around. That's the zoom button. 1-to-1. It's going to give some nice area. So now I've made my design 15 inches tall. I left the aspect ratio on. We're going to fill this. We want to wrap it. We're going to horizontal wrap 1/2. That is going to nest. I'm going to go back to my vertical. I want to shrink the gap. Now I am not going to try to touch these. I want to leave a little bit of space between them because if I touch them, I have to always touch them and I always have to be good. I don't want to have to be good. So I'm going to do something like that. I think the space between them looks fine. I don't think anybody's going to be like, oh, well, I think those are supposed to touch. I mean, could I shrink that gap all the way and put it like there? Yeah, but does anybody want this stress? It doesn't even fit perfect. Some designs are made and look better when you give them some space to breathe. I love that right there. We need to, I'm going to do one more horizontal repeat because you know me, I'm going to crop And I'm going to do some vertical repeats to fill those in. You might as well just do one more. So we are going to love it, leave it alone, baseline it. So I'm baselining. I'm going to modify crop outside edges. Fingers crossed, baseline. Ah, they came back. Okay, so what I'm going to do is undo, 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 undo. We are going to save here. So that's baselined. So file, save, workspace, and we're going to do this as mom2. Save. And now I can clear, update, and run, go back to 537. So Connect let me get on really quick and download that file and not have to do anything on my computer. And then I get to roll back. Okay, I got to roll. I'm rolling back your comments. Let's see. Oh my gosh, Linda, I just saw that you said you have a feeling I'm an amazing son and I'm probably just a little a-hole. Look, but you came up the upper sides. Let's see. Oh, that's the back to use. I was wondering if you had a light, so we saw that. Suspension rod, hi. Good morning. Good morning from Australia. I'm using, I have to put run. I'm using designs from Australia, from Perth. What iron, what batting, off to dinner, batting, purchase an extra crank wheel for my back bar, and I was thinking about purchasing 2 more for the backing and take-up poles opposite ends. Leah, you can't, because I don't think it works because of the gears. Because you need your ratchets. So I feel like somebody said that you could do it, but I'm not sure, and I don't want you to spend the money if it doesn't work. I'm just not sure. Have I ever used wool batting? Yes, I love it. Art gallery, we talked about that. It feels thin. Do you use 1 layer or 2? I don't get thin wool batting. If I'm using wool, I'm using a really thick, like Quilter's Dream wool. Do I have a scrap of it sitting here? I threw out a bag of batting. Oh, there's some. So this is the, I can't believe I drank all that. So this is the batting, the Quilter's Dream wool. It's a very fluffy, very lofty, which is why I like it. I do it for like my, I'm going to say show quilts, even though they're not going in a show, or like wall hangings, or I really, really want puffiness. Too much oil will cause loops. I based down the quilt using the move function. That way to make a plumb line first. Is that wrong? No, you can definitely use the move function. I don't use move because I've used move and forgot to hit stop. And then it ran into a bar. And I did that a few times. I get distracted very easy. Handy quilter needs to get a designer to design an accessory box for all the feet. The wrenches. There's the tool tray. There's a tool tray that sits on any of the frames, and it will hold everything in there. And I'm going to say it's $60. I don't know, $70, $80. But it will sit right here, and there's enough room to put all of your stuff in there. When you put something away in a safe place, you never remember what that place is. No, and I always tell people the USB that came with your machine, the Handy Quilter USB, put it in a safe place, but the safe place that you know where it is, not the one. Like I couldn't find my I went to the casino on Monday and I couldn't find my Players Club card, and I'm like, no, I would have put this somewhere safe. I said, the smart thing would do, to put it near where you save your money. It was sitting right under where I save my money. Perfect. Love the side clamps. They are so tight. Yes, I do have a video like side leader so tights or something. What is the tip on what size changed? What's some tips on what size to change the design to? Well, that's design size is going to be important. Your throat size. So I have the Infinity. I can make a design probably 18 inches would be pushing it. I like 16. And I know that I can still get that on the end of a king quilt. I will still be able to get the 16 inches tall. But if I had an Amara, I wouldn't go that big. If I are like an Amara 20, I might go 10 inches tall max. So it depends on that. I'll hit that 1-to-1 button so I can see what's going on and see how big and dense things are, and then I will work off of it from there. See the stitched out. The ratchets work on the backing bar just the same as they do on the take-up pole. I have a ratchet, or I have the hand wheels on both poles in the back and the take-up. I just don't know if you can put it on the opposite end where the ratchets aren't there. You can't put two wheels in the front two bars. So I have a hand crank in the back. I have a hand crank in the front, but you can't put another hand crank on both front bars because they're going to hit. I don't think you can stick a hand crank on the other side and have it work. I think the functionality of how the hand crank goes in, I think you need the actual gear ratchet part, and I don't think that it will work over there. But I mean, if it works, let me know. I would love to know. I'm changing my settings back, 10 stitches per inch, 175 in cruise because I'm running Pro Stitcher. Everything else has been tested. I'm going to open my workspace Mom 2. Remember, nothing is where it is. I'll be watching the new. Oh my gosh. I'm going to bring you back over here really quick. So we saved this before we cropped and did all that stuff. I'm going to put you right here. I'll just hold you. So I'm going to come over to my workspace tab. I have my repeats and or my area, and I have my repeats. So now I'm going to go modify crop outside edges baseline. And now that is done. That is good. And this is why I had to reboot. But obviously, if you look where my needle is and where my crosshairs are, design is not in the right place. But remember, in Pro Stitcher, we are the kings and queens of Pro Stitcher, and we tell the designs where we want it to go. We don't go running off to it. So I'm going to move my machine over to kind of where I think, I don't even remember at this point, I made that top left corner ding. I'll come to my Pro Stitcher, and I'm going to say reposition top left. It will shoot the design over to where it needs to be. I'm actually going to get rid of the area because I don't need that anymore. So now I know that one's good. I know that this side is good because I placed it there. So I'm going to check the right side. I do stitch off the sides, so that should be fine. And if I look here, because I'm going to come off the right side, and if I look back up at my screen and I hit my house, it's pretty much exactly where it should be. So now I'm ready to stitch. The other thing I want to do really quick is make sure I can stitch that first row, and I can get the first row, which is going to get cropped at the top, and the next row. I make these rows so big that I can only do one per pass usually. So let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to have 8 rows to do, and at the end of those 8 rows, this 50 by 70 quilt is going to be done. And they're going to go fast because I'm a speed demon, a Pro Stitcher, blah, 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 and let's go. Off to the races. I will be right back. I'm going to check on the dogs. I just realized I have to have this done in an hour so I can walk the dogs. This design is from the Art Deco set from Pro Stitcher, and I think it's Art Deco 8. If you're Gwen, if you're watching way long ago, it's Juju Hearts. That was the first quilt. What is the difference between setting at 150 versus 250 minus default 250? I don't know what it is. Kathleen, are you talking about your cruise? I'm trying to think of what could be 150 or what could be 250. I love it. If you're talking about your cruise speed, that is how fast the needle has to. So that cruise speed is how fast the machine has to go. It can go faster, but it cannot go slower. So think about like cruise control on your car. So I usually free motion at like 225. I stitch really fast. But when I run Pro Stitcher, I try to run it at 175 to 200. Because you want to make sure you're getting nice sharp points. As the Pro Stitcher is coming in and coming out of points, it continues to stitch. A lot of people don't stitch with it that fast when they free motion because a lot of people stitch and hesitate and then stitch and hesitate. And all those hesitations will cause a lot of like it just stitches in place. So they might have it set to like 75 or 100. But if you are somebody who doesn't hesitate or somebody who is really good at stopping, like when I always stitch and cruise, it's my preferred method. But that needle never stops. So if I stop, I have to hit stop. When I use a ruler, I turn it down to 25, really slow. I mean, it's boringly slow, but it moves enough that I know like I need to turn this off while I move my ruler. So it's kind of a visual aid for me. I was going to change my needle. I forgot. So we're just going to go for it. Uh-oh. Sometimes I'm so quick, I trim my thread too short. Okay, let's get this, let's work thread. There we are. Where's my phone? I gotta time this one. So the last design took 2 minutes and 10 seconds to stitch out the full row. We're gonna see how fast this one is. The dog walker came for the dogs at 4:30, or at noon, but I take them out at 4:30. The sprinklers come on at 4:52, so I gotta get them out before the sprinklers come on because we can't walk in the street because Henny, it's 111 degrees. I have the Handy Quilter Infinity 26 with Pro Stitcher. You guys, this one has a funky path. I'm digging it. I was looking at it. I go, oh my gosh, it's not stitching in the right place. But it just has a funky path. It's definitely going to take longer than 2 minutes per pass. Oh, my thread broke. Of course, my thread broke when I went to wind another bobbin. Scissors. It didn't like that I closed the window. What the heck happened? I need to get a thread net. All right. Going back to where it broke. Where's my awl? When my thread breaks, I usually go back and pull a little out. I didn't earlier on the last quilt because it broke off the quilt. But here, I want to make it sure it looks nice. And is my bobbin connected? I'm going to change my needle too. Where is my needle? Where are my needles? Nope. 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 I just literally had a pack of needles earlier today and I was like, I don't need, or it was yesterday. I'm like, I don't need these. Why do I have them over here? And I don't know where I put them. 18s, baby. I'm using a 40 weight thread. I'm gonna use 18 needles. What speed am I on? I have my infinity going at 80%. So here's a little tip. When you change your needle, old needle upside down into your needle pack, and then you know which ones are used and which ones are new. What is going on? Thread. I gotta look under. I feel like something funny is going on under there. Oh, found the funny thing. Always check if you feel like something's wrong. This was all hanging down there. Can you even see that? There we go. All right. So that's good. Also, I'm going to pop my bobbin out, or just my case out, and yep, something weird there too. Pop it out, reload it, stick it back in. Set yourself up for as much success as that you can get. All right. Go back to where it broke. Pro Stitcher, new start end, auto, and there we have it. Pro Stitcher quilts, everything's good, run. I need scissors so I can erase this. No, something so weird. Oh, I probably need to go through the take-up lever. It always helps to thread through all of your guides, especially the take-up lever. Oh my gosh. All right, let's try this again. That's better. I'm so dumb. What do you do when thread breaks? Can you explain the process? So Linda, when thread breaks, there is I did post a link for the awl. I think it should be in there somewhere. When a thread break happens, and there's a video that I have, you should go watch. There's a series of videos, like a playlist, and it's quilting edge to edge with Pro Stitcher, and it's like loading the burrito method loading videos there, setting up your edge to edge. It's loading, basting, set up your edge to edge. If your thread breaks, how to oil and everything. That will walk you through the process, the steps. But you take your needle to wherever the thread broke, and there's a button that you can hit, and it will make the start point right there. So, hi Sandra. Oh my gosh, I've been loving your pictures that you've been posting online. I feel like I'm in Brazil all the time when I see what you're doing. Oh my gosh, we have people in Brazil, we have people in Australia, we have people in the States. Amazing. Amazing. Technology is amazing. And I can't even thread the machine right. Nah. Before I advance this, can you see the pattern in there? I'm going to see if I can. Oh, let's see. I do this. And I do this. And I do this. Can you see it? Kind of. Oh, there, yes. I love it. I think the design looks fantastic. You might not, but if you don't, I don't care, because I do. And that's all that matters, right? Because what do I always say? At the end of the day, it's your quilt. You get to do what you want. All right, I got to advance. Now, one thing I'm going to... I got to make this bigger. So these are somewhat clamshell-like. So the important thing is I'm not going to use this point at the very bottom down here as my reference. I'm going to use the top of this bottom arc because my next piece is going to stitch up into this. So whenever I advance, I want to make sure when I'm pushing this or when I'm taking this to the bar, I'm going to make sure that this is near that bar, not all the way at the bottom, or then I'm just going to have to unroll it because I went too far. So side clamps should come off too. Now I gotta see where those points are. There they are. Perfect. So I'm gonna roll up my, advance it, pop into the cradles, do a little shimmy of my batting. Oops, not fall over. Come back down. Tighten top. Arm. Baste. I can't see. There we go. I'm not going to baste the rest of this with my, I can see where Mom ripped out stuff. She put one block in backwards, and then my dad told her. I'm not going to baste the sides with the Versatool. If I had the Surefoot on, I would, but because I'm using the Glide Foot for the rest for this, I'm just going to switch it again at the end because I want to make like these are really thick seams coming over here, and there's a lot of them. I just want to make sure nothing's moving on me. But these, because they're between the bars, usually stay pretty well. Oh my gosh, I'm finding threads everywhere. Oh. All right, so now I'm advancing, putting my settings back so I don't end up basting. I don't use the basting function, so the machine does not tell me if I'm in basting since I use 5 stitches per inch. Although I advanced and I wasn't going to use the points, I'm still going to use those points when I advance my design. God, how do I say this? As a visual, I advance to the point where those curves are up here, but I want a nice point when I actually drag and drop my design. So I am going to use one of the points. I'm going to use the one that's right in the center of my quilt. And the fantastic thing is, if it's not exactly on, we have like a 1/2 inch buffer between them. It's going to be fine. Nobody's going to know any different. I will check to make sure I'm not going to hit the back bar. I'm going to check to make sure I don't hit the belly bar. And I can get that next row, fine. And so we're going to be doing one row at a time because I made the row so tall. All right, what's going on over here? All right, just in case, there is the all link. And somebody said for the compressed air. Here's a link for the compressed air. Do I ever use the Infinity camera to look at the back of the quilt? I'm so used to not, because the old Infinity camera just wasn't great, if I'm being honest. And it was so ungreat that I didn't even have it connected. So it's hard for me to get into the, so let's say like for 5 years, I never used it. And it's hard for me to get into the realization that I have that camera there because I just didn't have it for so long. What kind of batting is it? I have no clue. It was a gift from Handy Quilter like 3 years ago. Is there going to be another update for Pro Stitcher? I'm sure there is. I know that they're working on kinks. I just don't know when. They don't let us know that stuff. What's the name of this quilt pattern? This is the Art Deco set from Pro Stitcher Patterns, ProStitcher.com. And this is Art Deco 8. If my thread breaks, I just feel like it's going to break all the time. Did you participate in the Handy Quilter Educator Black and White Challenge? If so, I didn't. I didn't have enough time. And yeah, so I just didn't. I made what I was going to do was my summer, or the quilt that I did, the quilt along I did in December last year. I was just going to make one of those, but it didn't get finished. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. How come I don't do needle down when I advance? I don't like to leave the needle in my quilt if I don't have to. I definitely use it when I have to be precise, but if at every other time, I never do needle down. There's a lot of different ways to advance the quilt. Some people do it by start point. There's a lot of different ways to set up it edge to edge. Some people only set up 2 rows. This just happens to be the one that works for me. And I always tell people, find the one that works for you and stick with it. One is not better than the other. They're just different. But like when I do whole cloths, I advance with the needle down, but that's the only time. Honestly, more people advance not with the needle in the quilt than with the needle in the quilt. It's the easiest way. It's what we teach. But it definitely, like, I'm never going to rip my quilt because I'm never going to rip my quilt because my needle's never down in it. So that's one of the advantages. I do not Zoom teach. I did for a while during COVID, but not anymore. I'm not home enough to be able to Zoom teach because I'm usually on the road. As a matter of fact, I hit the road next week, and I think I'm off maybe 3 weeks through Thanksgiving. Summer tends to be a little less busy for the educators. AccuQuilt has a 2.5-inch square die or strip die. I have both. Let's see. You make it look so easy. Yes, Linda, I'm on the road teaching. I travel around. I'm an educator for Handy Quilter, so I travel around and teach people how to use them. Was I talking about the dies today? I have the square in this strip. I don't post where I'm going to be. I teach in shops, and unless it's something where it's like a show or something, I was asked not to post because shops like to give their people first dibs on classes. So until they tell me like, hey, you can post about it, I usually don't say anything. Every time it goes through one of these thick seams, it's like boom, and you hear this like boom. I will be in Traverse City, Michigan next week. We're going to be in McPherson, Kansas, mid-August, and then Columbia, Missouri in August as well. I used to teach in, Western Pennsylvania when I lived in Cleveland, but I haven't been out that way in a while. How long have I been with Handy Quilter? I got my machine in 16, in January of 17. So I got my machine at like November of 16 or the end of October of 16. January of 17, I was picked to be part of the Inspiration Squad. So I kind of had a relationship with them. I started educator in 18. How often should you have a service? You should, let's see, it's every 2 million stitches or 2 years. No, 10 million stitches. 2 years or 10 million stitches? I can't remember now. I try to get mine serviced at least every 2 years. I don't run it as much as a lot of you because I'm not home. So usually what you see, like me stitching and stuff for videos, that's all I get to do. I never get to do things for myself because I'm always gone. I think it's 2 years or 10 million stitches. So I used to teach, Linda, I used to teach at Littlefoot quite a bit in Evans City. I miss that shop so much. I miss everybody who works there. I miss everybody who shops there. Oh my gosh, it was a great time. What I always tell people, because there's a crew of like 30 to 40 educators. I always tell people to find the shops. Oh, yay. Oh, you bought it from Sarah and them. Yeah. Find the shops that you're willing to travel to and then sign up for their event list or their emails, and you'll know when they're having events. And then see if they're bringing an educator. Did I trim that one? No, my thread broke at the very end. I took my clamps off. It's not going to line up. No. Hey, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it broke at the very end. I almost missed the take-up of her again too. Now to find out where it broke. Oh, there we have it. Now, is that still connected? Bobbin was still connected. I lost my scissors. Oh, there we are. All right. Thank you, Chris. 2 million. 2 years or 2 million stitches. Perfect. Please come back to Littlefoot. I'd love to. For Handy Quilter, do we have to do so many videos? We don't have to do any videos for Handy Quilter. This isn't a Handy Quilter thing. This is just a me thing. My YouTube and everything is all me, not... it's only affiliated with Handy Quilter because I use a Handy Quilter machine and Pro Stitcher. You seem to be breaking thread on the same side all the time. Is that always how it goes? No. The first one was actually near the center of the quilt. The last quilt I did it at the very beginning of a pass. I don't actually know why it's breaking thread all of a sudden. I should probably slow it down, but I don't want to. I was just in Southwest Florida, wasn't I? I was going to say Tacoma. Where did we go? Tampa. Is that Southwest? Here's my thing. Florida was miserable. I can do heat. It is 111 degrees here. I can't do humidity. Oh my gosh. And I know, like, I don't even have to go outside. It's just like, go teach and don't leave the classroom. Come in January. That's funny. I have to send an email. Am I going to make my deadline? Oh my gosh, speed it up. The one thing about like clamshells and stuff is when you are stitching them this big, it feels like you don't get to roll that row much. It just ran out of bobbin doing my stitching down the sides. Now, if that's not winning bobbin chicken, what is? I guess it would be like finishing the whole quilt. Tightening up. Where's my screwdriver? And I was going to check this bobbin to see how much thread was left on it. Don't leave things like your screwdriver on your quilt top. That's a bad day. That's so funny that you said you see sew tights, Chris. I was just turning it. I turned it too hard and it pulled them a little bit. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm almost there. 2 more rows. And then you know what? I am going to go and have dinner because I didn't have lunch. And then I am going to play some PlayStation tonight. I'm going to hang out online with my nephew. That'll be fun. I need to cut 1,000,002 2.5-inch squares or 2-inch squares. So I have my tacky quilt stuff ready for that. I'll talk to Ben on the phone since I can't talk to him in person. The side clamps are my sew tight side leaders. There's a video like sew tight side leaders or something I made. Beverly, same thing to you. Beverly and Martha, there's a video, sew tight side leaders. So there's side leaders that have the sew tight magnets in. Clip, clip, clip. Oh my gosh, life changer. Thank you, Barb Tatera, Handy Quilter National Educator, who came up with the idea. What happened? Where's my phone? I love this pattern. I think it looks fantastic. That's not what I wanted. So I'm getting towards, I have one more advance. And I'm gonna have to take my sew tights off. I will do this how I did it earlier. And for those of you who just woke up, because oh man, my batteries are getting low. Let me think about this. Battery's gonna go dead. Probably needed a different extension cord. I will put you how I did for those of you who are just waking up because you're on a different part of the world. Wait. Where's this one? I have extension cords all through this room. Well, I want to keep it this way. There, kind of. We're going to do it like that. No, so this way. Oh, there we go. So I have, this is loaded with sew tights. Now I got to walk over cords. And they're about right here. I'm going to take my clamps off. Sorry, I'm going to get right in your face for a second. For my 2 more rows. Oh my gosh, I'm going to do my 2 rows. I'm going to unpin, unroll. I'm going to say hasta la pizza to you all. Walk the dogs. Go get my dinner. I'm very excited. I haven't gotten so much done. Okay, so clamps are coming up. For those of you who weren't here, the top is loaded with sew tights. So there are magnets that, and I load it straight to my bar. I don't put the backing of the magnets in my leaders because I have the zippers on already and all this. I might get another set of leaders and put the backing on and use those with that and see how I like it. But you're going to see as I roll this back bar, it's going to start to pull. So see, you can see those magnets start to come around and the fabric is starting to lift up. So it's tight. It's nice and tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a basting stitch. I'm going to bring my machine as close to my top or my belly bar that I can. I don't want to go right on that seam, so I'm going to come behind it a little bit. And I'm going to baste. I might actually use a real basting stitch too. It just goes so slow. If you're using the baste function, do not stitch super fast. You will explode your needle. Ask me how I know. Alright, so there's my basting stitch. I need scissors. Now that I'm basted, I can take my magnets off. In this case, I can just slide them up. And now my magnets, or my top is free of my top bar. So now I'm going to undo my clamps again. Bring this up, and I'm going to bring it up as high as I need to for that next advance. Right there is probably good. I'll tighten the back. And now, this is where, oh, that got a little crummy. This is what it is. So now I'm going to start on the left side, get my Versatool. I always say the Versatool touches every quilt that I make. Oh, something happened. I hit something and you shifted. There you are. And now I'm going to baste around the bottom of my quilt. I don't finger walk. I don't like it. I like to use the Versatool. I change my stitch length to 5. And I'm going to put needle down. Oh, and I'm going to put my ruler base on. It only takes you a second when if you feel that ruler, teeter-totter. Where am I going? Oh, my foot's there. Well, that would have been a bad day. And you could be like, I was watching Adam from Handy Quilter, and he wasn't using a ruler base. Lies. So you'll see at every intersection, the top is going to shift a little bit. Oh, you can't see it. Let me see. There we go. The top is going to shift a little bit, and that is because there's so much thickness in those seams that the foot is getting caught, and that's why we use the glide foot, especially with a quilt like this. It's going to slide right over everything. And think about that. If you have a quilt that has a lot of seams like this, think about that when you decide if you're going to ruler it, how you're going to ruler it. Ditching this maybe not be the play. Maybe you echo it where you're not stitching right over all of these intersections. Because if you could skip this out and I can stitch and echo this, I'm not going to have any issues. If I come over here and I'm using a ruler and I'm trying to go over that, it's going to get caught. And now I'm all basted. I'm going to switch that foot back. Can you? Oh, you can't see. I'll post a picture of this new bracket thingy because I'm not going to be able to zoom in enough. This is the first time that I've used the glide foot that I've honestly felt super confident that it's not going anywhere or going to break. The other thing I usually do at this point is I like to cut this off. Just so it's not flippity. Oh, I just put my hand put away. Not flippity floppity. I will side clamps. Light so I can move. I'm missing a side clamp. Don't do that. Oh, good, you couldn't see it. Oh my gosh, there's cords everywhere. Let's see, and let's do my last two rows. Oh my gosh, we're almost there. I'm gonna make it. Watch, I'm gonna have like 16 thread breaks because I just said that. Drag, drop. One other thing I'm gonna check, how much do I need to cut off? So because this is the final pass, I have one pass and then I have like a half pass. But I have way too much in that half pass that I don't want. So I'm just gonna do I'm gonna cancel and I'm gonna do the crop the final row the way I do it in the video. I'm going to do a new area over what I want. To corner, making sure that I'm into the previous row because I don't want to cut off anything that's on my row. And that's good. To corner. I might have cut my batting too close, but whatever. Now I have my new area. Oh, here. So now I have my new area. And there's stuff cropped over here. That's fine. I went far enough. File, modify, crop, outside edges. Super important, baseline. And now I don't want to stitch just those points. I've already stitched those. So pro stitcher, new start, end. Pro stitcher, new start, end. I'm going to hit my jump, or in my case, I have umps. It's all about my umps. So I'm going to put my umps down. There we are. So now it's going to stitch this one, and then I'll stitch that bottom little piece. Yep. And then we're golden. Oh my gosh, I don't know how this works. This is so, there's so much junk in this room. Nothing's junk. That's the thing I need at all. Need or want? I don't know what the difference is. Quilt, run. I paused it. I have to take out my basting stitches. Sometimes I try to do this while it's running. That's dumb. And the reason it's dumb, yay! Did I get the whole thing? The reason, but I can't, what did I say was dumb? Resume. Oh, the reason it's dumb to pull out basting while stitching, you're gonna pull and you're gonna move that quilt off. It's just like leaning on the bar. So don't do it while you're stitching, please. Let's see. I gotta go back up. Two machines on the same frame, only because I don't have a place for the second one. Do you want to buy it? I think I'm going to sell Taco One. Love it, again. Thanks. Thanks for joining, Sandra. I'm liking and like it. Now I have to go get it. Don't forget to walk the dogs. I know I have 9 minutes. Aaron's going to watch the Sew Tight side leaders later. Make sure you use code ASF10 when you buy your Sew Tights. Do you use the channel locks with Pro Stitcher? I don't channel lock as I base the sides or the bottom because most quilts are not straight. So the channel lock would not pick up all the pieces. Yes, Bryce, I'm still here. I love my Versatool. The little brackety thing when it's available. The bracket does stay on all the time, Chris. And I've had it on and off, or I've had it on the whole time with the glide foot and the Surefoot. It just is a new piece on there. It is available now. It's in the box of the like plastic feet now. I don't know if you can just get that one little piece. I don't think they're doing just that one little piece. I think if you call them, they might send it to you. Don't quote me on that, and do not say Adam said this. I'll get in trouble. Do you ever sew binding on with the long arm? I do whenever I do binding, but the problem with that is I have to have binding ready, and I hate binding, so I never make it because I don't want to put it on. Why do I have umps? Because the side portion of my Pro Stitcher is skinnier. I could extend that a little bit to get the J and the S. But that doesn't bother me. I'd rather see more workspace than have the J. This will be my second quilt done today since noon. So this will be what, 4.5 hours? I think I went live at noon. Bryce, you were around. What time? Do you remember? Code is ASF10. Giddy, find yourself a place that you could rent one, and then you can use it. How are the dogs in the heat? Barry hates it. Ozzy's never known any different, but we just take them out back in the grass, so they're fine. What are the blue strips on your side grips? Those are my side leaders with sew tights. There's a video like sew tight side leaders or something where I made them. I only do it Adam's way. That's the great way. I think I started noonish, but I also loaded and everything and forgot that I needed other stuff. So it was pretty quick. If I was doing this not on camera, I would have been done 2 hours ago. It's all the chit chat and oh my gosh, this and oh, what's that? And let me show you this, all those things. I don't even know why I'm doing it on camera. I thought this would be fun. Did you guys enjoy this? Was it enjoyable? Did you like it? Should I do this again? I'm like in my head, I'm going, no, don't ever do this again. So the Infinity ruler base has this stupid corner in it. You get 2 of them. And drives me. I love it. One, the Infinity ruler base is the smallest of all the ruler bases on the biggest machine. But that corner catches things every once in a while. Drives me crazy. When you love rulers, you just want everything to work. Oh my gosh, you guys, it's the final pass. What song? I need a finale song. What's a finale song that I know? I'm like thinking Everything's Coming Up Roses, but that's not the right one. I'm looking up finale songs, and it's like, You Can't Stop the Beat from Hairspray. I'm not singing that 15-minute song for you all. I thought my thread broke, but it was just that piece. Bum, ba, bum, ba, ba, da, ba, bum. It's done. Oh my gosh, let me turn the light on. Or turn the light on. Let me open the curtain. Oh, it's done. With 3 minutes to spare, everybody, I made my 4:30 deadline. I'm just very excited for dinner. We're having Chipotle. It's one of my favorites. All right, file clear all. And shut down. Shut her down, baby. Hey, I wish Connect worked. There's something on my wheel. I can feel it. Oh, those are my quilts. Guys. I almost rolled right over some fabric I need for a quilt along. Okay, my favorite part of the day. Let's get it. Oh, I also use the sew tights, just in case you want to know, on my leaders. On the leaders on the side, which is why this leader is all funky looking, because there is a sew tight. This is just an original magnet. There we go. and it keeps your leaders from flopping around. So there's one on every side. But now, at the end, if you forget to take them off, they get all wound up and unfloppy. I need them floppy for the moment. So we're at the end. So I unplugged something. And you're not looking at what we need. So here we are. I did use the zipper. So when I use the zippers, I don't unzip this at the end. I leave because I'll lose the zippers. You know me, I'm gonna lose things. So I just unpin from my zipper. And what the heck? What the heck? I pinned one direction and then pinned a different direction. I've never done that. That's weird. And it's my favorite part of the whole process. Somebody record this so I can put it on TikTok. Amazing. I dropped a pen. I'm over here going, oh my gosh, I lined those center lines up perfect. It's amazing how good I did. They're zippers. The zippers zipped themselves up perfect. I'm such a dummy. So, here is quilt 2 for the day. Wait, the backing. Oh, I have so much extra backing. So that's quilt 2. Let's see if I can get you a better view. I really do love that design. So this design is from the Art Deco set from I always want to say Quiltables Pro Stitcher. So this is the Art Deco set from Pro Stitcher. It is, let me see if I can turn that line off. It is not one of the ones that is available for your member downloads because it is a featured designer. For you Australians, this is from Greg from Perth. He works at home. Oh my gosh, why it just went blank. What's the shop? My friend Michelle's shop. Handcraft House. So if you're in Australia, follow Handcraft House and or Handcrafter's House. And yeah, so this is one of his designs. I got the set, love it. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna use those a lot. This one is Juju Hearts, and it is rainbows and hearts, and each row stitched out in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So you can see rainbow, heart, and at the bottom, because my mom would not have watched this for this long, I wrote in, can you see that? I wrote, I love you. You can't really see it. But I did, I promise. I put, I love you, although that's a horrible V. Love you, I love you, I love you. Because these are both for her. Because she made them. So, oh my gosh, thanks for joining me. I'm going to look at my questions really quick, and then I got to go because now I'm 2 minutes late. It's the final countdown. Why didn't I think of that? That would have been so good. Okay, let's see. So long farewell, that would have been going too. Let's see. What was the first ruler I used? We always have people use the Versatool first. It has a little bit of everything. And I was comfortable with rulers like 3 minutes in because I love it. Some people never get comfortable and don't do rulers. They just use Pro Stitcher. Let's see. What stitch length do I use? I almost exclusively use 10. If I'm doing something smaller, I increase it. But stitch 10 for my actual stitching, and then I use 5 for basting. Oh my gosh, Bryce just had Chipotle. What's good at Chipotle? Everything. I always get a chicken burrito. Do you use the red snappers? Not as much anymore. I do it if I'm in a pinch, like the first quilt was loaded. the backing was loaded with red snappers. But even in the video, I ended up having an issue with the red snappers because the bulk. I use zippers too, but I have a quilt sign parts attached to 6-strip fabric, and then I base the zippers of the batting on the domestic machine. I know a lot of people who, or some other people who do that, who base the zippers. They have like the zipper leader thingy. Mother better be pleased. Oh my gosh, she's here. For real, Mom, have you been here the whole time? Have you? I thought you were busy. Okay, that's hilarious. I'll call you later, Mom. I'm gonna call you in 3 minutes. Are you home? I never thought you would be on and watching this. Okay. Powerball numbers. 1 billion. Mom, win Powerball and then pass them off. Okay, gotta go, guys. I gotta go get the dogs out. Thanks for watching. I can't believe I've been live for 3 hours or 4.5 hours. Love you all. Thank you for keeping my days always happy. And you know what? At the end of the day, it's just quilting. They don't have to be perfect. Just get them done and write "I of you" because you don't know how to make a vegan cursive. All right, bye, everybody.